Do, 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 do. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. I know a piece of it 'cause I watch fall away. No, do small darling, fundamental. Do, 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 do. I know the pieces that. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, Zero. Yeah, I apologize for the lack of stream on Tuesday. But I went out and ran some errands, and it was too warm on Tuesday. And by the time I came back, I was not feeling well at all. And so I ended up by the by the time I got back, I was like overheated, and I normally want to start my stream somewhere around 6 or 7. By the time I don't think it was like I think it was sometime maybe after 9 or 10 by the time I was feeling well enough to actually do anything. Okay. So yeah, at that point it's too late for me to stream, and I'm like, you know what? I just put it off until I can find a more useful day. So I'm doing it tonight. So I built a deck and I have no sweet clue what bracket it is by definition. Okay. First I'm going to take a glance at based on, without even knowing what your deck is as of yet. First thing I look at is how many game changers are in it. And if you know how to look up, what the game changers are and stuff like that. If it's got more than 3, technically it should fall under bracket 4. If it doesn't have any, 0 game changers I build with bracket 2 in mind. Okay. So, have you done any kind of testing with it at all? Like even goldfishing hands on Moxfield or something like that to get a feel for it? Because based on what I've been playing it on Arena Brawl, and it either one's turn 4 or 5 or has no signs of doing anything. Okay, so if it can consistently win, I would assume that considering that you have, Brawl, you're only playing 1v1 compared to regular Commander where it's a 4-player game, you're going to have a bit, some more disruption. So 5 or 6 sounds like turn 5 or 6 sounds more likely. And if it can do that with something resembling consistency, um, then that is probably my primary starting point. In which case, I would expect it to be. I would probably consider it a bracket 3 at that point. Again, knowing nothing else about your deck, I would assume it would probably fit somewhere around bracket 3. Because if you're aiming for bracket 2, the typical expectation is in general people should be, you know, you're looking at like turn 8 or so before any, and not necessarily based on on how people play, but on how the deck plays. You're looking around turn 8 before, people should be winning or losing. If you're looking at something that could, even with disruption from like 2 other players, you're looking around turn 6, you're probably looking at a bracket 3. So I would use that as my conceptual starting point. And the thing is, because you can run no game changers, like because you can run game changers in bracket 3 doesn't mean you have to. Um a good example to this is the expectation of a vintage deck is you're going to run whatchamacallit, like you're going to run Black Lotus, the Moxen, um Black Mesa Soul Ring, Time Walk, uh Ancestral Recall, probably Time Twister. And you know, but you can have a good competitive deck without running those. And a good example would be Dredge. Doesn't run any of those. So if you consider the if you consider the stuff that's on the restricted list to be to be vintage's analog to game changers, a deck based around Mishra's Workshop or Bazaar Baghdad could very easily be a deck that doesn't have any restricted cards or what they would or the analog to game changers. Very easily, and still be highly competitive with the other blue decks. Aziza and Apollo Vincent's the sorceries. I don't know Aziza. Have we talked about Aziza before? I do not remember. I remember seeing her. I don't remember because specifically the lipstick. I remember seeing the bright green lips. I remember that because I saw that and I'm like, wait, what? But she's a genie. Sure, why not? 2 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you cast an untap. Oh! You have, what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like giving all your instants and sorceries conspire. It's very close to conspire. uh, yes. Not necessarily true, but often true, yes. Uh, Boros does not have an easy time of just out and out drawing cards. You do get cantrips you can play with, which are, which is commonly one way to handle that. So, um, target creature gains trample till end of turn, draw a card, or uh, prevent the next one damage to be dealt to any target this turn, draw a card, stuff of that nature. So being able to do that and then tap 3 creatures to go, okay, I don't really care about the rest of it, but now I'm going to draw 2 cards. Um, Red, grab the prize. Is that one of the additional cost? Pitch a card, draw 2, and make treasures or something? Oh, okay. Not quite. This is the discard a card, draw 2. If the card wasn't land, 2 damage each. Yeah. Something that would stick in my head better would be Thrill of Possibility for future reference. Um, Damn it. Where did you come from? But yeah, stuff like that is going to be very good. Because you're not having to pay. You're not paying additional costs. White has a lot of trouble with drawing cards. White's card draw usually ends up being like a cantrip, or if somebody else would draw, you get to draw. Something of that nature. So it's really hard for white to get straight up card draw. Although I will point out one mono red combo that will consistently draw you extra cards. And when I say consistently, I mean like every, at least every turn cycle. More often than that, if you can get if you've got extra ways to untap it. I do not know if you have seen this combo as of yet. But oh, sorry. Splendor Twin doesn't work here. Oh, yes it does. Yes it does. So, Splinter Twin. You cast it on the creature. Okay? The creature now has the ability tap, make a hasty token of me that gets out at the end of turn. Okay? Put Splinter Twin on Humble Defector. Okay? So now it has 2 tap abilities, but relevantly, the token is going to have Humble Defector's native tap ability. Humble Defector's tap ability is tap, draw 2, target opponent gains control of Humble Defector, activate only during your turn. So, what you do is you go, I'm going to tap the Humble Defector to make a token copy of itself. So, using Splinter Twin. I'm then going to tap the token, draw 2, give an opponent a tapped token, which unless they've got a way to untap it, isn't going to do anything useful for them, cool. They have a creature they're going to have to sack or something because that token disappears at the end of turn. So you're giving them a resource that they're not going to have the ability to use. Unless they have built with something like that in mind. Chances are they're not going to be used to that. So, every turn, you go, tap, I'm going to draw 2 cards. Here, have a 2/1 token. Because the other thing is, you can only activate this during your turn. So even if you give them the token and they try to untap it and tap it for its ability, they can't because they can only activate it during their own turn and it's not their turn. So every turn you basically get taps the original taps the defector with a Splendor Twin on it, draw 2 cards. What's my opponent going to do with that? So, I'm not going to say you should play it, but it is a way that you can give mono red consistent card draw, consistent additional card draw every turn. And just on your turn, it's like, tap, draw 2 more cards. Without spending resources other than tapping a creature. So, like I said, you do have cantrips whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell. So it's not even, whenever you cast something that targets something. It's just cast an instant or sorcery. Oh no, you're in Secrets of Strixhaven. Oh no. Saffron Olive over at MTG Goldfish seems really, he really seems to like Finzang Foom. I do have 2 more quick questions, just FYI, so you can decide how you divide up the time. Well, I don't have to be anywhere tomorrow, so that helps. um, but yeah, based on what I've seen so far, I would assume bracket 3. So what else are you trying to figure out? Silent Artisan. This is surprisingly accurate. I want baby's first red. Oh, okay. Oh, so you want a Rakdos stack that's because you want a Rakdos deck so you can learn how to play Rakdos. Okay. Um, I'll have to find a good commander for it, but black and red are good at getting rid of most permanents because where black doesn't do well, red is actually pretty strong at. Both of them can get rid of creatures. Both of them can get rid of lands. Like usually, I'm talking like targeted here. I want a Rakdos deck because red and black are my favorite actual colors. Ideally plays very little like a black deck. So you want it to feel more. You want to feel more red with some support, like in terms of how it feels. If you want to learn how to play a color well, or play a concept well, my I because I'm sure you would be taking a look and going, I understand what this card does. Like for example, the card Murder, destroy target creature. It's pretty simple to, what it actually does. I think if you want to learn how to play a color well, take the cards that it's known for. Take the concepts it's known for. And run some amount of them, but don't run a lot of them. And what I mean by that is, for example, uh, and I'm going to go back to Vintage because this is how I actually learned some of this. I had a deck for Vintage based around Oath of Druids, which is it's a cross between a ramp deck and a reanimator deck in the way it feels. It's basically black green control black blue control deck that splashes green for Oath of Druids, which gets you a creature into play for free. But it's primarily a black blue control deck, as are a lot of decks in Vintage. And my earliest builds had like 10 or 12 counter spells. And I started cutting back, and I think the last time I looked at it, I only had 6. And keep in mind, we're talking a 60 card deck here. But I only had 6 counter spells in my main deck. Having like 10 or 12 of them started feeling like a crutch. Oh, I don't like that. I'm going to counter it. Cutting back on counter spells forced me to learn, is this a thing I can let resolve? Is this a thing I can let, if you're looking at the black or red analogy of this, is this a thing that I can let live, or do I have to stop it ASAP? So at last check, I think I only had 5. I think I had a playset of Force of Will and a Mana Drain, and I think that no, I think my 6th counter spell was like Swan Song or something, and that was it. But doing that forced me to try and figure out, Sure, you're playing a creature. Okay, go ahead. I understand how my deck works. My deck wants to, if I can dig out Oath of Druids, put in play, and protect it just long enough to make it back to my turn again, I don't care how many creatures you've got in play, chances are what I dig out is going to be better than what you've got. So my recommendation is play cards that are commonly seen, but don't play a lot of any of them. So if you've got creature removal, let's say, a typical deck might run like 10 or 12. Take a very hard look at at what kind of removal you actually need and play those. And cut back on how many you're actually running. And find other ways to try and deal with your problems. A good example might be, cool, you're playing red and black, you've got access. That's not necessarily true. I see what you're saying, but that's not necessarily true. Um, I think that's a. I think because of certain cards that are popular, it's a common misperception. Um, I don't think that's the fault of anybody specific. It's just what kind of cards are popular. In early Magic, you had cards like Phyrexian Negator, which are. This is a great comparison to what you're talking about. This is very much like the sort of thing that you're saying. It's a 3 mana 5/5 trample. You can cast it on turn 1 off a Dark Ritual. It's a 5/5 trample for 3 mana. That's great. But whenever it's dealt damage, sacrifice that many permanents. In formats that would be something along the lines of modern day standard, this would be a pretty bad card in a lot of matchups because you would have to worry about cards like Lightning Strike or Seer or stuff of that nature, and your board just gets disintegrated. On the other hand, if the people you're playing against, you put in your sideboard, if you're against like a blue-white control, they're more likely to run Get Lost or Erode or even counter spells. Any of those. And even black would instead turn around and run some type of card along the lines of murder or whatchamacallit, Withering Torment, no, Feed the Swarm, stuff like that actually just kills the creature outright. At which point, this is not taking damage. It's getting destroyed or it's getting exiled or whatever. So, something like this is great in the sideboard. In Vintage, it was great in the main deck because unless you were up against something like a burn deck, unless you're playing against like red deck, RDW or something along that lines, most creature removal, it's going to be like, how do you deal with this card in Commander? You blow it up with something like Swords to Plowshares, or again, Feed the Swarm. you know, it's big enough that I would be considering throwing something like Aftershock at it. Red, I might turn around and use Beast Within. And blue, I'd probably hit it with something like Raven Form, none of which actually deal damage to the creature. So, but yeah. But a lot of cards that people actually legitimately play, you don't have to worry about that high risk, high reward mentality going on. Let's see here. Commanders, mono, black. So, most popular commander is Sephiroth, who basically wants creatures to die, and and he doesn't care whose. You can just play, you know, you can just have a way to make him, let's say, indestructible, as an example. Blow up, you know, blow up creatures on a regular basis or what have you, and just go cool. When as he transforms, you get an emblem with, yeah, he gets you an emblem that drains people for life. And draws cards, which is always fun. I think the most common way you would be looking at playing black in general would be some kind of aristocrats build. But you want Rakdos. Oh, Valgavoth. Whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns, put +1 counter on this guy and draw a card. You could simply set it up as some kind of burn deck. In fact, that's the second most common way to build it. And that would lean generally higher on red for the burn itself, but black for stuff that sticks around and burns. Oh, yes. And then there's Deadpool. Probably Crim's favorite commander. The beginning of your end step. Oh, yes. Make a token and. When this creature dies. What feels. Oh, wow. Shadow's kind of silly. Infamous cruel call deals common damage. Whenever one input loses exactly one life. No, I want. You can't cast it. for each who lost life. I don't care. I want to not care about. Oh, that's funny. The Lord of Pain. 5/5 menace. Your opponents can't gain life. Whenever a player casts their first spell each turn, choose another target player. Lord of Pain deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to the chosen player. So basically, if the player to your left casts a spell, you can have this basically the spell deal damage to like the player on your right or the player across from you. That's kind of adorable. This is something I'm going to have to take some time and look into. Whoops. Yeah, this is something I'm going to have to take some time to look into, so I will have to come back to you on that. But, I was going to do the Master Multiply, but they feel too expensive in colors. Multiplied. Oh. Legend Road. Triggered abilities. Damn it. I don't know why my head is itchy. Doesn't apply to creature tokens you control. Triggered abilities you control can't cause you to sacrifice or exile creature tokens you control. I would build that just as myriad. Yeah, that's an option. Keyword myriad. ID Rakdos. There's not a lot. Oh, Genasi Enforcer looks real good for that. So. Huh. This is literally the same cost. Like, it's... You get an increase of a point of power for an increase in rarity by a point. I mean, there's a bunch of ways you can build like any deck. I will have to come back. Poke me in my Discord. I will at least see the Discord message. I may not respond to it promptly. It could take a while for me to actually get to it, but I will see it. I will actually have a chance to at least think on it more thoroughly. But I will, hopefully by the next time we stream, which should be Tuesday, I'll have something useful to work with. That being said, um, so last week we did Dragon's Maze, which was our second trip to Ravnica. Now we get to Theros, and this is our first time actually coming to Theros. And Theros is basically, let's take Greek and Roman mythology and turn it into a magic setting. And the third and final question is just, okay. Let me just take a quick glance at it. I can close that. I can close that. Boop. Come here. Thank you. Whenever this creature attacks, create X1 ones, where X is half the number of enchantments you control. Round it up. Create a token copy of target or attach to another creature you control. Attach it. Oh! Okay, get what the second ability is trying to say. Hey, I've got this attached to that thing. I want a copy attached to. I want a copy over here too. Where X is number of enchantments you control. If X was the number of enchantments you control, I don't think it would have to be much more expensive. Like instead of 4, you might be able to do it with 5. Anyway. Yeah. Theros is basically, let's take Greek and Roman mythology, because if you ever actually looked into either of them, you'll find there is a lot of similarity between Greek and Rome, the Greeks and the Romans, because it was basically like the Romans did the expansioning, and the Greeks were the teachers that taught the Romans how to do things. So a lot of the most, and if you take a look at if you take a look at let's say 2000-ish years ago, around the north side of the Mediterranean, it was you know it, most of the most of the names of uh you know warriors and you know like people that ruled and stuff like basically like the names that get all the attention that have to do with like anything along lines of conquest, for example, would all be Roman. But the names that were for people that wrote stuff and thought about stuff and stuff of that nature, your philosophers and your poets and all that some of these names that we would still hear today, like the Pythagoras, the Pythagorean theorem, um or I think Homer, for example. uh you know all these sort of names: Homer, Plato, Pythagoras, most of those people that you would have heard of in that kind of concept, they would be Greek. So anyone that had to do with anything where actually thinking and understanding and logic and discussion and all that sort of stuff, most of those people were Greek. The ones that were big in, like, you know, conquest, like Julius Caesar, for example. You know, most of these were Roman. It's a little bit like the dividing line between going to college or university, going to post secondary, and going to something vocational versus something. It's a bad word, but I can't think of another term right now. Something cerebral. And I apologize. It probably comes out. I can't think of another words that I want, but it's like if you know, it doesn't mean that the people doing vocational work are dumb. It's just that's not what you're going to school for. You are going to school, if you're going for vocational, you're going for trades. You're going to uh, for an electrician or plumbing or auto maintenance, auto mechanic or uh, you know, something where you're working with your hands is quite commonly where you fall in. Whereas if you're working somewhere where what's in your brain is important, your doctors and your lawyers and your I mean this is where call it, like anybody that's working computer programming type stuff. It's like if you're going to be a secretary, you're going vocational because, you know, understanding what's going on and being able to type it, that's vocational. Whereas if you are learning programming or something of that nature, that's the more theoretically, hypothetically cerebral one. And again, it's probably a terrible choice of word. Know what? Let's do a quick. What is the opposite of vocational? Academic or theoretical? Okay, that makes more sense. So academic is probably the term that I'm looking for in this case. I feel less bad about using that. And again, people that do, it doesn't mean that people in vocations, like especially if you go all the way through and get like your diploma or the relevant certifications for what you've gone for. You're by no means stupid especially if you continue on and like get the full thing. Um, it well depends on where you're interested in and what you think you're going to be good at. And it doesn't mean that people who go to school for an academic program like something medicine, for example, it doesn't mean they're not good with your hands. Look at people who go in to be veterinarians, for example. You have to be good with your hands, and you have to be very careful with your hands as well. So it's it very much, just because you've gone for one doesn't mean you're not going to have some sort of competency with the other. That being said, that is largely the dividing line between what each, as a, in general, are going to be known for. The names that I've held on through history, if it's it basically boiled down to if it's something that could qualify as vocational, it's the Romans, and if it's something that could qualify as academic, it's the Greeks. And as such, you're going to find a lot of overlap, especially when you're looking at things like religion, where if you take a look at the difference between um, Aphrodite and Venus, as an example, a lot of the difference between, you know, like their deities are largely going to be categorized the same way. And there's going to be a name change and maybe some tweaks elsewhere, and that's it. It's largely, it's similar to how you can look at Marvel versus DC, and you take a look at one character in one universe, and you take a look at another character in the other universe, and you're like, these two are very similar to each other. Apart from things that make Marvel Marvel and DC DC, um, once you start taking, you notice that like the Flash and Quicksilver are very similar to each other for, in certain categories. And sometimes there's been some tension between the two companies because, oh, no, you're getting a little too close. Um, what's her name? Catwoman versus Black Cat. I think there has been some tension there over the years, for example. Stuff of that nature. And I'm sorry. There's certain names that I can remember, like, on one side but not the other, and it's hard to find good examples that are examples on both, like, the proper analogy on both sides. Um, Regardless of whether we're talking, DC versus Marvel or whether we're talking Roman versus Greek. I mean, what is the. I cannot remember the name to the. I think it's the Roman analog to Zeus. I want to say it's Juno, but I'm not sure about that. Or Jupiter. But whatever the name is, it's a much less commonly known name. And then, of course, you get Hercules versus Heracles. And that's another Greek versus Roman thing, etc., etc. Anyway, all that being said, if you are familiar with Greek and Roman mythology, which is my TLDR is basically trying to say, there is so much overlap between them that they're very commonly discussed together. And it's it might be similar to what's the difference between a Canadian and American, and I'm not doing punchlines here. I'm actually, more serious. Or um, or you know, a Brit and a Scot, and I'm sure both sides are going to, you know, not be too thrilled with that, but from an outsider looking in, there's some difference, and actually, maybe a better difference might be someone from Ireland versus someone from Wales. That might be a better, you know, from outside, an outside person looking in. That might be a better analogy. Um, or the Germans and the Dutch, especially since their languages are also really similar to each other. If you can read one, then you can, and whatever, you can probably understand the other one pretty close. So yeah, uh, if you are familiar with that sort of thing at all, and you take a look at, and you want to get on Magic, Theros is probably where I would start you. Because suddenly you have, there's stuff that you can grab onto and go, huh, this looks like, and are you on here? Yes, the hundred-handed one. This was a creature in, I want to say, I think I remember it being Greek. And, yeah, 100 hands, half of them had weapons, and it is a giant, like, it is a very large creature because it has to be something that is able of supporting, well, 100 arms. And, you pay this cost and it becomes bigger, and which means that it didn't start like it started off as just a giant, but once the transformation, whatever it was that happened, occurred, it can now swat at things in the air because now it's big enough to swat stuff out of the sky and can block an additional 99 creatures each combat because it can, it not only has reach up into the sky, but it's also going to have reach out this way. It can knock soldiers off their horses and, that are spread out. Chained to the rocks. This was, oh, what was his name? Oh, I know you. Who in mythology was chained? Who in Greek mythology was tied to a rock? Prometheus. For stealing fire. Yes. Sisyphus had to roll. Were you actually chained? No. Prometheus was chained to a rock for giving fire to humanity. Well, this looks more like that. Um, obviously, Heliod, god of the sun, you're going to have your gods. You're going to have favored weapons of the gods. Like, there are bits and pieces that are going to go, oh, I understand this. This makes sense to me now. Let's just take a quick the Swan Song. That was I something in me says that has to do with the sirens. Perforos God of the Forge. I mean, who was? Oh, good lord. The God of the Forge that people normally think of, I want to say, normally comes from Norse mythology. But I'm pretty sure. But I know, like, a lot of mythologies like, if you've got some kind of blacksmithing that's known, then that's going to be a thing. Whip of Erebos, Erebos has to do with the underworld. Curse of the Swine, uh, turning the sailors into pigs. That was that wasn't Jason and the Argonauts. I think that was Odysseus. It's amusing that I'm doing Theros now, and Odyssey has recently hit theaters. Hero's Downfall, I mean, that shows in a lot of things. Bow of Nylea, yeah, obviously you're going to have somebody who is some kind of hunter, so that could easily be the Bow of Artemis, for example. Lightning Strike. Oh, hey, Zeus. What does Zeus attack with? Bolts of lightning. Very, very frightening. Uh, yep, Nylea got the hunt. You know, you see a lot of these, and you just see, like, the Acroan horse, aka the, oh, what were you called? You were given as a gift, and you were big enough. You were big enough to hide all the soldiers, and then you were given as a gift. Trojan horse. There we go. Colossus of Acros. That's the Colossus at Rhodes, I think it was. The Kraken. You know, like I said, a lot of these things you take a look and you go, I get what this is the sandals that Hermes wore. Like, it's just there's so much that you can look at in Theros and go, I get the reference. It's very much that if you're familiar with Greek and Roman mythology, the more familiar you are with it, the more it'll be that meme with Captain America, where it's like, I understand that reference. Yeah, I just watched it last night. I get that reference. They try to plug in as many references as they could. The logo in a band Elder up at the top there. It's a centaur. It probably references. Oh, what was his name? Oh, he taught Hercules. Uh, Centaur. That taught Hercules. Chiron. Yeah, Chiron. Um, most of the centaurs were known for being, centaurs and satyrs were known for basically being rather wild individuals, and he was very, very smart, like very smart, very intelligent, very wise, and very patient. Very much not what you know, the rest of the individuals of his, you know, no, I'm not going to go there. I so want to make a political joke and I'm going to decide against it. Very plays against type sort of thing. Anyway, getting a little too into the weeds right now. Let's get started. Silent Artisan, 5 mana, 3/5 vanilla creature. I think my first question is ID equal white is vanilla. Mana value equal 5. What do we have? They are all 3/5s. The If you really need a vanilla 5 drop, you are looking like Silent Artisan should be the last on your list because everything else cost 1 white plus 4 rather than 2 white plus 3. What if we do this? Artifacts, we've got Venser Sliver. The only reason to run that is because it's a sliver, which means you're not putting it in vanilla deck. Stone Golem is a 4/4. Glass Golem or Prize Fighter Construct are 6/2s. I think if I'm looking at vanillas, the only reason to run Glass Golem or Prize Fighter Construct is you want something that's got like a lot of power behind it. But realistically, I would be looking at, depending on how far, on how far into white I want to go. I have 4 white 3/5s and a colorless 4/4. And that's probably enough in general. Yeah, Silent Artisan seems to be the worst of its group, but it's still worth at least looking at. Vanquish the Foul. 6 mana sorcery. Destroy target creature power 4 or greater and scry 1. Scry, when they started using it, was a little overcosted. Because realistically, when you're looking at destroy target creature power 4 or greater, that should be, I want to say that's Reprisal. Let's just sort by color. 4 as a 3 seems reasonable. 3 mana, you know what? Oh, yeah. 3 mana seems reasonable. Likely even as a instant. Oh, Reprisal did that for us all the way back in Alliances for 2 as an instant. Now, spells were really strong back then, but still. You shouldn't be paying more than 4 mana. And at sorcery speed, I would say 3 for for the destroy target big creature part, which means you're probably looking at paying 3 just to scry 1. The only reason to play this card, in my opinion, either A, scry is really, really, really important to you. Not out of the realm of possibility, but I wouldn't put it that high up. Or B, you're playing limited. Honestly, I see more use for Silent Artisan than I do Vanquish the Foul. Afara's Warden. 4 mana for 1/2. Tap target creature, power 3 or less. In a 60 card constructed format, where people only have 20 life, pump spells are not uncommon. In fact, in current standard, I believe the color most likely to, or sorry, the deck I should say, most likely to use pump spells is a mono red aggro deck. Which feels weird because historically pump spells have gone into green. Yeah. No. So in a format like standard or standard or modern, where again you only have 20 life, pump spells are not unusual. You can expect a deck that's trying to win the game really fast to throw some out there. In a format like Commander, it is much more difficult to kill 3 opponents very fast, regardless of whether you're doing poison damage, regular life loss, nuke their libraries, whatever. It's very difficult to kill them fast. Which means pump spells are much less common. Which means the number one way to counteract Afara's Warden's usefulness goes out the window. You're not playing with, oh, well, I counteract this with Giant Growth. Because people are not playing Giant Growth in Commander. It's just not a thing that actually happens. So, as far as Warden, you can take a look at it and just simply go, okay, tap target smaller creature. However, the funny thing is, where it is really good because it looks at the creature's actual power is creatures that natively have low power. And you know what tends to have low power? Also tend to have a higher toughness. Like, okay. Which means they commonly deal damage based on their toughness instead of their power. Oh, your defense matters kind of decks, etc., etc. And so, as far as Warden, in some decks lets you actually save a decent amount of damage on a regular basis against a deck like what do you call it? Arcades the Strategist and similar decks. During the Siege Tower, or I forget what the newer version of Dorian is called. Decks of that nature. So, as far as Warden, I can see it just, a card like this in the occasional deck actually having utility against certain decks. Um, being able to tap down the walls of Ba Sing Se every turn. And stops them from either attacking with it or just looking at this giant U030 wall and it's like, okay, hardest word, I'm going to get through. Because all it costs is tapping the warden, not, no additional mana, no this, no that, what, just tap the warden. Now, are there cards that can do this better? Probably. But I would not be. Bye. Oh, that does not help. Oh, references. Yeah, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean there aren't better creatures that do this. Whoops. Sort by color. Yeah, like this is in the same block. It's a slightly bigger creature, but it costs you mana to activate. This is much stronger than the Mastiff. Was it? What do you get for? Yeah, Ballynock Trapper. Because that one is just simply tap target creature. It's the same cost and it's a 2/2. And almost every card that I am seeing, apart from those two, requires some kind of mana as in the activation cost. Kitsune Diviner, tap target spirit, less good. Core Line Slinger, it's a 2 mana creature that also has the same ability that's just simply a tap. It's only a 0/1, but you don't care at that point. Sandsower is iffy. Because it's tap 3, it's tap 3 creatures to do it. Stern Constable, potentially tap and discard a card. Oh, Sunstrike Legionnaire, 2 mana for 1/2. Okay. the way to untap it, because it doesn't untap normally, another creature has to enter. That's not hard. uh, yeah, I would. Out of the list of options, I think I see like four of them. As far as Warden is low on the list, but it's still on the list. But there's a couple that I would run before as far as Warden, but it's still like I think if I want something of that nature, there's probably two that I would run for sure that do this or better. Because the key is it's just a tap ability. It is not pay mana and tap. It's not just tap and discard a card. It's not tap, you know, tap other creatures to tap or whatever. It's just tap it and that's it. So I think I think it might be like number 4 on the list, but it's still on the list because because basically anything that is after as far as Warden, in my opinion, is worse than a far as Warden because something additional to the cost, or it's an attack trigger, or it's a when X happens, you may pay cost, or I'm looking for just like I was looking the other night for cards that simply said tap, draw 2 cards. Um, because Archivist in blue does that. Just simply tap, draw cards. So does Urza's Blueprints, which personally I love because once you're past the second card draw puts you even to Jayemdae Tomb. The third card drawn, and occasionally better than that, the third card drawn puts you on par with Arcane Encyclopedia. And if you keep it around for any length of time more than that, you are ahead. Um, and then tap to draw 3 cards. Arcanus the Omnipotent I know can do that. And so I know those abilities exist, and I was trying to find one that was tap draw 2. Um, that was a lot harder to actually find. I could find tap draw 1 and tap draw 3. It's really hard to find tap draw 2. And I'm trying to remember why I brought this up, and I completely forgot now. Um, but yeah, I if you just want tap, do a thing. This is probably, like I said, this is probably number 4 for this general category. Oh yeah, all the I could find all these cards that were like pay mana and tap and or tap draw 2 then discard or pay you know or there were a couple that were like pay some large amount of mana colon no tapping just colon and draw cards, and those were great, but I just wanted to tap draw 2. It was so hard to find. Anyway, um, but yeah. So as far as Warden, if you're looking for just tap target creature, it's not as good as some of the other options. But overall, I think it's still like number 4 on the list. Laguna Band Elder. When this enters, if you control an enchantment, gain 3 life. So, you have to have an enchantment in play when the ability wants to go on the stack in the first place. What? When the ability wants to go on the stack in the first place, you see that nice little if in the middle? This is what's known as an intervening if clause. An intervening if clause checks twice. If the statement is not true when it wants to go on the stack in the first place, it fails and doesn't even go on the stack. It doesn't even trigger. It just doesn't happen. Then, if it does make it go on the stack, it then checks again when the ability goes to resolve to go, hey, by the way, are you still true? Or, more correctly, are you currently true? Because the enchantment that allowed it to trigger in the first place doesn't have to be the same enchantment when it goes to resolve. You could lose one and play another one and go, okay, cool, we're still good. And then it goes to resolve. And then it resolves and that's when you gain your life. 3 mana for a 3/2 when it enters, gain 3 life is above the, we'll say above the curve. Especially when you're looking at a common. Nowadays, you might be able to get away with that. You could probably get away with just when it enters, gain 3 life if it's legendary. But just straight up, no. The best I think most reasonable cost wise would be like 3 mana 2/2 when it enters, gain 2. So yeah, this is strong enough that you actually have to have something in between. If you have something in between, and with this set, there's a lot of enchantments because this is where they realistically introduced enchantment creatures. We've seen them before. Enchantment creature, date less than Theros. Your pre-release promo, your whatever else promo. We have seen them before in Future Sight. This was the first time we saw them. Because obviously Future Sight, it was showing us potential things that might happen at some point. But prior to that, yeah, this was realistically our first time seeing enchantment creatures. And so you could have a creature, your turn 1 or turn 2 play could be a creature that also happened to be an enchantment. You could have like turn 1 or turn 2 Hopeful Eidolon, for example. Now that you've got an enchantment creature in play. Turn 3 Laguna Band Elder. and you gain 3 life. And by the way, the Hopeful Eidolon's also got lifelink, so that there's that going for it. But yeah, you have to run enough enchantments to legitimately make this thing worthwhile. If you don't, you are not playing it. Unless you're doing like mono white centaur tribal or something like that, or mono white I would more likely do centaur tribal. I think traveling philosopher, one of your various mono white bears. I think you can actually get better than this now. ID equal white. Mana value equal 2. Oh yeah, is vanilla power greater than equal? No, power greater than 1. Toughness greater than 1. Not bear. Cool. Armored Warhorse is a 2/2 for 2. Sorry, a 2/3 for 3. Or sorry, a 2/3 for 2. There we go. For double white. Kyoshi Warrior Guard is a 2/3 for 2 for white plus 1. And Sundial Dawn Tyrant is a 3/3 legendary artifact creature construct for white plus 1. If you want more than 3, if you want more than 3 2-drops in a vanilla deck, in a mono white vanilla deck, then you're running some number of 2/2 vanilla creatures. Or you're playing 3/1s or 1/3s. I would probably go with a 3/1 route. But yeah, Traveling Philosopher, you might end up having to play in that kind of deck. Decorated Griffin, 5 mana for a 2/3 flyer. Pay white plus 1, prevent the next 1 combat damage that would be dealt to you this turn. So it only prevents combat damage. It is pumpable. But it's 5 mana. So, a 2/3 flyer at that point probably is white plus 3. In all reality. Because it should be like 2 white plus 1. Because I think in either Innistrad block or Shadows over Innistrad block, we had 2 white plus 1 for a 2/3 flyer, which that's 3 mana, but this is now splashable, so instead of 2 white plus 1, we're looking at white plus 3, which makes it a 2/3 flyer, which feels overcosted to me, but I think it's appropriately costed, even though it's like a discussion I was having the other night with someone, and I always felt that divination, or Council of the Sword Tommy, from day one, just like it just missed the I would play this card, and it's not a power level thing. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's like it was just weak enough that I didn't want to play it. Probably because I was used to, like, for an extra mana, I can draw a third card. Paying 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer feels like just barely not enough. For an additional mana, I have a pumpable ability, but it's a restricted ability. but I can just keep feeding mana into it. And generating infinite mana is not that difficult. This could end up preventing all combat damage to you if you could just generate infinite mana. Which, oh, if you can just generate infinite, yeah, you can do that in a mono white deck. The one way that I found, and there's going to be others, I'm sure. A lot of them involve something long, and a lot of them are like three or four cards to do. A lot of them involve like what do you call it? Words. Doubling cube plus some way to animate the doubling cube, like Karn the Great Creator or Toy Maker or something of that nature, plus some way to untap it, like Voltaic Construct. And that gets you, like, as long as you start with enough mana to get going. I think if you've got, like, 8 mana to get the thing, like, somewhere around 6 to 8 mana, might be 7, to get the ball rolling, you can generate infinite mana, which means, yes, you need a healthy amount of mana to start, but it's not out of the line of possibility that you can be generating infinite mana on turn 5 or 6, as long as you've got the other cards to make it go off. As long as you can do that, and that's a permanently infinite mana loop, yeah, because this means you can generate infinite on your turn, and then you can generate infinite on your opponent's turn, and you can generate infinite on your next opponent's turn, and your next, and just keep going. Are there other ways to do it? Sure. Some of them, force you to stop on somebody else. This doesn't force you to stop on somebody else, and this doesn't force you to stop on your turn. This can just, you can keep going. Gemstone Array helps a lot with that, just as a note of reference. Yeah. So you can continuously fog all combat damage dealt to you and just not care. So, if you've got ways to generate infinite mana consistently, and by consistently I mean more than just on your turn, Decorated Griffin can actually do a lot for you. Plus, Griffin Tribal might want. Cetacean Battle Priest. 2 mana 1/3 with a heroic ability, and heroic is a tag that's applied to cards that say, yeah, I have this ability that says whenever you cast a spell that targets me, a thing happens. Whenever you cast a spell that targets the Cetacean Battle Priest, you gain 2 life. So, has to specifically be casting a spell. Not activating ability. A channel ability doesn't work. Blood Rush doesn't work. Has to specifically be casting a spell. And it has to be one that targets. And I will point out, because this is more relevant during Theros block than during other sets. Whenever you cast an aura spell, that spell targets the creature that it's going to end up enchanting. So, if you cast Divine Transformation, which is the card that most people have no clue about. 4 mana, +3/+3. Holy cow, you were $22 during Legends. Here. 4 mana, enchant creature gets +3/+3. And I know in green you can get this for like 3 mana. You might even be able to get it for 2, maybe. I know that you can get it for 2 mana on a creature that's already enchanted in white. But just as a straight up, hey, by the way, enchant creature gets +3/+3. You know what? I'm curious now. Copy. Oh, colon. Game paper. Sort by color. Okay, so in white, straight up. Yeah, Divine Transformation is the least expensive version of that effect. Daybreak Coronet only does so if it's already got another enchantment on it. Celestial Mantle is 6 mana. Glacial Plating, you have to deal with cumulative upkeep, which means it'll eventually die. Heliod's Emissary, to do so, you need to bestow it for 7. Heroic Defiance. For 2 mana, it'll work unless what it's on is either the most common color or tied for the most common. Mammoth Umbra is 5 mana, but it's got Totem Armor, which is now called Umbra Armor. Cunning is basically kind of a blue giant growth. Drake Umbra, 5 mana. Leaden Fist, another form of giant growth. This is 6 mana. This is 1, but it shrinks every turn. This is either a pump or a shrink. This is 1 mana, but it A can only hit a creature you control. B, you gotta sack a creature every turn. 6 mana. 5 mana. 3 mana. And sack a creature every turn. Spinal Graft, 2 mana. If the once this is enchanted, if it ever becomes a target of something else, blow it up. This is basically Unstable Mutation in red. 3 mana, attacks each turn of Gable, which is, depending on, impending doom. Oh yes, Sword of Damocles. 7 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana and gives ward 2 and has cycling. 3 mana, 4 mana, potentially trample as well. 4 mana, does give trample and regenerate. Like, green is like the color that you want for it. Because green is regularly doing it for like 3 mana. Realistically, if you want it in white, you're looking at Divine Transformation. Anyway, you cast one of the, and that's Divine Transformation, and then after that, you're paying 5, 6, 7 mana for it. Or you're going into another color to do it. That being said, I mean, don't play Divine Transformation. There's, I think, wow. Holy cow. Nope, wrong one. Oh, no, I know what you call it. Angelic Destiny. Because for 4 mana, instead of giving +3/+3, You can give +4/+4, flying, first strike. Also make it an angel. And when an enchanted creature dies, return the destiny to owner's hand. So now somebody else has got the destiny. Yeah. So don't play Divine Transformation. Play Angelic Destiny. That's another story. Yeah, but Setessan Battle Priest, anytime you cast something that targets the priest, you gain 2 life. Really easy to beat, actually. Depending on how Zero is, depending on how Zero has built their deck, I believe Zero is his. I believe Zero is male. Um, Depending on how he's built his deck, cards that have got heroic are going to be useful. You know, target it with something and get additional bonuses. Especially if you've got one that, oh, what do you call it? You have heroic and make a token. I think. Do I misremember you, or are you not in this set? Keyword hero. Excuse you, heroic. Oh, create. Oh, no, you were red. A Crone Crusader. Also, Vanguard of Brimaz. Whenever you cast a spell that targets that. Yeah. And also, Rosnacht. Yeah, so play all 3 of them. Because I believe the deck we were looking at was Boros. So yeah, Setessan Battle Priest. While I might not like Setessan Battle Priest itself, the concept, stuff with heroic is useful. And depending on, like, if you were building a life deck of some sort, something that would use, like, a Johnny's Pride Mate, for example. Depending on the kind of other cards that are in your deck, Setessan Battle Priest could end up gaining you a few extra life. Gaining you an extra 6 or 8 life. Like, if it gains you 6 or 8 life consistently, it might actually be worth keeping in. If your deck cares about gaining life. If it doesn't, find a different heroic target. Battle-wise Valor. I've said this before and I will say it again. White constantly tries to find a way to get giant growth without stepping on green's toes. Because giant growth is green. 1 green, instant, target creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Red is occasionally allowed to get something like that because they both work the same manner. They both want to be the aggro color sort of thing. They both like the ability of, like, pushing through a bunch of damage. Now. White tends to play a more supporting role in general. So, white doesn't necessarily want +3+, like, white doesn't necessarily give +3/+3. White often gives +2/+2 and some ability. And in this case, the ability is scry 1. Sometimes it's something like flying or first strike or something of that nature. But you can always tell it wants to get giant growth. It's always on the cusp of giant growth, but it's not giant growth. And I saw a card in the Final Fantasy set. Uh nope. Oh, it's your. Yeah, this thing. So easy to turn this on. Have 3 creatures in play. 1 white, instant. Target creature gets +2 till end of turn. If you've got 3 or more creatures, +4/+4 instead. If you're ever looking to do something like poison in another format, this is like the green answer to. I want to say it's Might of Old Crosa. uh, I'm gonna hate myself for this. ID equal green, mana value equal 10204. Might of Old Crosa. This is very similar to the white version of Might of Old Crosa. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. If you meet a certain condition, +4/+4 instead. Groundswell also did the same thing. If you landfall, you got +4/+4. Mirror and Metal might actually be the best analogy. Do you have Metalcraft versus do you have, Peoplecraft? I guess you could call it. Ah, for the family. +2/+2 if you control 4 more creatures. Aw, dude. Oh, that's silly. For the family and you're not alone. Make enough creatures somehow. I don't care how. And use for the family and you're not alone. And constantly giant growth and constantly 1 mana +4/+4. It's one of the rare instances where the white card that is trying to do a green effect is actually better than the green version. The drawback is that it's white, not green, because it's usually green that has the quantity and quality of those effects. Anyway, Battleways Valor. Again, if you're looking for Scry, you might be tempted to play this. But again, you're playing Commander. Pump spells are not like instant or sorcery pump spells. Pumps that only let me rephrase that. Instant pump spells in general are not good. Are not good. There's certain categories that'll be where that's different. The sorcery ones should be this ends the game because it affects all my creatures. Triumph of the Hordes, over on stuff of that nature that makes all your creatures all your creatures get, you know, big pump and trample and whatever, and just I kill you now. The instant ones, you really gotta find a way to make them worth playing. Instant ones that only affect a single creature, probably not because they're easily blown out by effects like not just counter spells, but things like your various swords of plowshares and heaven forbid somebody misdirects your spell or redirects your spell to something else and what have you. So, yeah. Battle-wise Valor would not generally recommend. 60 card format, even kitchen table 60 card, sure. Competitive 60, no, don't do it. The You're Not Alone is so much better in a competitive environment, and I don't even think it's good enough there. But Dauntless Onslaught, if you are insisting on playing something that vaguely resembles Battle-Wise Valor, this is your better starting point. It costs an extra mana. It also only gives +2/+2, but it affects 2 different creatures. And that can make a big difference. Affecting 1 versus affecting 2 is a big difference. Really, really big difference being able to affect more than 1 creature with it. Again, not the sort of card I would generally recommend for a format like Commander. But if you are going to lean into pump spells, the other thing is if you are going to lean on pump spells at all, you want as much pump as you can get, as reasonably costed as you can get. It doesn't necessarily mean as cheap as you can get it, but as reasonably costed as you can get. Like if you can get green costs you +3/+3 baseline. If for, green +3, you can get like +8/+8 and or, +7/+7 and trample or something of that nature. Sure, it's a lot more than a single green, but on a single card, getting you a giant pump for a reasonable for the effect price, especially if you've got some bonus ability to tack onto it. That could be 1 card, oh hey, by the way, I kill you now. Rather than spending 3 cards on it, which you're more willing to do in a 60 card format because you've only got 1 opponent. You spend 3 or 4 cards on somebody, you are now down resources having to deal with the other 2. So, Dauntless Onslaught, if you are going to consider a card like Battle-Wise Valor, look into cards like Dauntless Onslaught instead. For that, I would probably start off with my mono white common stack. Forget the ones that actually make the tokens and start looking here. Where was it? If you are playing, like if you're playing mono white, Guardian's Pledge is great. Guardian's Pledge is insane if you're playing mono white because 3 mana, all your creatures, assuming they're all white, as in no artifact creatures. +2/+2 till end of turn. And even if there's a handful that it doesn't affect, most of your creatures are going to be white. So if you've got 6 creatures in play, and 4 of them are white and 2 of them aren't, for 3 mana you just gave +8 power to your team, compared to +4 power. So consider that. Boop. So, and because this thing targets, this can be countered easily by just making targets not legal. So consider that as well. Leonins. Let me just take a quick sec. Yeah, Leonin Snarecaster. 2 mana, 2/1 cat soldier. When it enters, you may tap target creature. I mean, it's fine. It has a useful ETB. The drawback is once the ETB has resolved, it's a 2 mana, 2/1 creature. Again, I would generally prefer a card like Afara's Warden. In a situation like this, if I'm looking to tap stuff, I'd like to be able to tap it consistently. Cards like Opposition, Glare of... Is it Glare Subdual? No. No, maybe it is. Yeah, Glare Subdual. Where it's a 4-mana enchantment that says tap an untapped creature you control, tap target artifact or creature. Playing white-green, you play with a lot of tokens quite often, and so having spare creature tokens so you can tap other stuff, that's easy. Leonin Snarecaster. If you can flicker it, let's say on your upkeep, or at the end of, if you can flicker it before combat and use that to help get damage through, great. Otherwise, honestly, wouldn't bother. Glare of Heresy. Exile target white permanent. 2 mana sorcery, exile target white permanent. I think it is not unreasonable to have this in the occasional deck that runs white. Because there are going to be times, I think it's reasonable to assume that at any given table, somebody is going to be playing a deck that has white in it. So we're not talking mono white. We're talking white in combination with other colors. Somebody could be playing, somebody could be on Bant. Somebody could be on Mardu. Somebody could be on, Abzan or 5-color or whatever. And just having a cheap, inexpensive, no drawback answer to certain things is great. Your other option is having enough cards of this nature and playing a card like Painter's Servant. If you're going to run Painter's Servant, I recommend restricting yourself down to like 1 or 2 colors that are quote unquote targeted in your deck. The ideal situation, and going in my head, is you are playing, you're playing at least blue, which means with Glare of Heresy, you're playing blue-white at least. And the reason I say that is because that also allows you to run Shifting Sky, which is very similar to Painter's Servant. This makes all non-land permanents the chosen color. The reason you want Painter's Servant first, relevantly, is it turns all permanents, forget other zones, I don't care about other zones right now, it makes all permanents the same color. So, the difference here is Shifting Sky allows you to hit any creature, any artifact, any enchantment, any any planeswalker, any battle, but it won't let you hit lands. Even ones that fall into one of the other categories. Painter's Servant allows you to hit any permanent. Which means that in a pinch, you can use Glare of Heresy and exile your opponent's, I don't know, Dark Depths that's about to, in response to the activation of, whatchamacallit, Thespian Stage. Well, I'm playing blues, so obviously I've got Leyline of Anticipation in play, or Vidalcan Orrery, or whatever, or I've got that one version of Teferi that lets me cast sorceries as though they had flash. Cool. In response, cool. I'll exile your Dark Depths. Wait, what? Yeah, I exile your Dark Depths. but I shrug. Yeah, so running it straight as is fine. It's more powerful if you can make use of the fact that, hey, color change everything. Or, hilariously, what you could do is or name : fractured. I think that's right. Yes. Leyline of the Guild Pact. Each non-land permanent you control is all colors. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types. You have that in play. You then cast Fractured Identity. Exile target non-land permanent. This is not a land. Each player other than its controller creates a token that's a copy of it. Cool. Now, all your stuff is all colors, which means I can use my cards like Glare of Heresy and Giant Ballard Task Mage and what have you on anything you guys have because they're all colors. Yeah, so that is a way to pull it off. Wingsteed Rider. I liked this card. When it came out, I really enjoyed. I think that, like, first of all, again, keep in mind, at that point, the baseline was 1 white plus 2, or 1 blue plus 2, you get a 2/2 flyer. This is a slightly harder cost. It's still the same mana value. It's just you change the colorless to a colored mana. But whenever you cast a spell that targets this, put a +1 counter on this creature. So the first spell that targets this turns it into a 3/3 flyer, which is really good. You could cast, say, I don't know, like find a. You could find a spell that gives it like, oh, what was it? Oh, Titan Strength, which gives +3/+1 till end of turn. I think it's a red spell. And target this, and this is suddenly got 4 toughness until end of turn, and 3 permanently, which means it survives the lightning strike. You know, stuff like that, and it's like, oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, this thing is really good. If you are playing knights, and you've got any sort of like targeted spells, you're playing knights, and you're not just playing with like you're playing knights, but maybe you're basing around auras, or maybe you need um some, or you've got cards that give protection. Um, Something that what do you call it? Actually, what's the one that's at this point? God's Willing would work. Cool. I'll protect it, and by the way, it gets +1/+1 counter as well. So this thing ends up being like really solid. It is not unusual for this to be a 3 mana flyer, a 3 mana creature that incidentally ends up becoming a 4/4 or 5/5 just from like other stuff that you're throwing on it. This thing's really good. Blue cards. I have to go through kind of fast because I'm already been streaming for 2 hours and only just finished white. Vaporkin. 2/1 flyer that can only block flyers. Not a terrible creature considering its low rarity. If you're building an elemental deck and you're in blue, like I don't know, spelementals maybe. Especially if you're building on a budget, this is actually reasonable. The fact that it can only block creatures with flying, if you want to not worry about that, you're looking at 1/2 flyers rather than 2/1 flyers. Or you're looking at spending more mana. The fact that this is a 2-drop, a 2-power flyer, again, flying severely underrated in so many decks. Consider throwing this in your just at least look at it and go, you know what? Maybe it makes sense. Triton Shore Thief. This is the first time I remember seeing. I'm not saying it is the only one, but this is the first time I remember seeing a blue creature that I said to myself, this is an undercosted creature in blue. An undercosted blue that you can play early and has no drawbacks. It's 1 mana, it's a 1/2, which doesn't sound like a lot when you're looking at other colors. This is blue, the worst color for creatures in the game. It's blue for 1/2 with 2 relevant creature types. Which should, I see this and I'm like, this should probably be like either a high rarity or 2 mana or something. No, this is a this is a common 1-drop. This is surprisingly good for what it is. Now, the problem is, in a format like Commander, I don't think it does enough. But if you have enough other if you have enough other cards that give all merfolk some other ability, or all rogues some other ability, like rogues you control have flying, or you know, merfolk you control have island walk, or something, then a simple 1 mana 1/2. Are you ever looking at being able to cast more than one spell a turn? If so, this does not need to be anything else. If you want cards that are good on their own, you look for things like a 1/1 flyer. But if you're just looking for, I need some decent curve filler at the one drop, at the one drop slot, so I can cast more than one spell a turn occasionally, because maybe you have stuff that cares, then if you're playing merfolk and or rogue, as in the creature type, not the deck categorization, then look into Triton Shore Thief. There are cards that are debatably better than this, but they aren't necessarily. Wow. Okay. That's just Windows Defender saying, hey, by the way, I scanned. uh, yeah. Comparable to Sanctuary Cat and White. Train Jacko, Norwood Ranger, in Woodland Druid in green, and Volunteer Militia also in white. Oh, and Devoted Hero in white. But not really comparable to anything else that's out there, because most other things that are this cost are 1/1s. What's the Rishadan thing? Oh yeah, Rishadan Dockhand. It's just a merfolk that has Island Walk and the Rishadan portability. But it's not necessarily better. It's not necessarily better than Triton Shore Thief. Partly because sometimes rarity and dollar value makes a difference. And more realistically, it's only a merfolk, whereas the Shore Thief can go into a deck that cares about rogues. Benthic Giant. 6 mana for a 4/5 hexproof. I don't know if this is the optimal card for, like, this size-ish, this cost-ish. But a 4/5 with hexproof, yeah, when Dominaria itself came out, 5 years later, it was still being costed for that cost and that size. Okay, so probably still approximately accurate. 6 mana for 4/5 with hexproof. If you want a creature that is hard to kill, giving something hexproof is a really good answer to, hey, by the way, you're trying to kill. No, you have to spend like mass removal just to get rid of me. Or have a really big creature that can. Which means you need something that's better than a 4/4 creature to kill this. Every 4/4 creature that you throw into it, which is a healthy sized creature, is going to get eaten. So, yeah, You want something that is just going to be a pain in the ass for your opponents. A good sized creature with hexproof does a lot. Lost in a Labyrinth. Gee, I wonder what we might be talking about here. You know, uh, the Minotaur, which was a half human, half bull in the, you know, in the, I think it was the underground part of the castle of King Minos, who, there's a lot going on there. Yeah, but yeah, lost in the labyrinth, aka trapped in the maze. Um, yeah, that's bad for people. Target creature gets -3/-0 till end of turn. Scry 1 for 1 mana. Not bad. Again, general rule of thumb for something like this, I prefer something that feels more like a fog effect. And in blue, you are looking at attacking creatures or creatures you don't control or something of that nature getting -1/-0, -2/-0, -3/-0 till end of turn, something of that nature. If you're just looking at to scry, you have better options even at 1 mana. Probably the best is Opt. But you're in blue, being able to figure out, do something with the top of your deck should be like a cakewalk. I would prefer, in general, I think any of these three are better than Lost in the Labyrinth. Wave Crash Titan. 3 mana for 1/4. With a heroic trigger of basically stunning one of your opponent's creatures. Tap it, it doesn't untap next turn. It doesn't mean you can't find another way to untap it. I'm using stun here in the colloquial sense as in tap and doesn't untap next turn, rather than the, well, now we deal with stun counters, which are similar, but they're not quite the same thing. But yeah, Wave Crash Titan, every time you cast something that targets the Titan, you tap down something of one of your opponents. And if you can get enough targeting going on, you can tap down, and it's just tap target creature an opponent controls, which means you can tap down, armies. Like, you can tap down dragons and not care because it says target creature, not target creature power 3 or less, not target creature mana value, whatever. Creature. It's a small ability, but it's got a lot of power potential behind it. So, what you would like for something like this, the ideal card, and I don't know if such exists, but the ideal card would be something that you can use to pump your creature and also draws you cards. Because the more that you can draw extra cards in that way, or get mana reduction, although card drawing I would say is generally better. Gives you more stuff that you can target the Titan with, and so you can tap more stuff down. And then, of course, if you've got some kind of ability that says, hey, by the way, your opponent's creatures don't untap, it's like... But yeah, that being said, I think reality says the first three probably have more utility in general. Sea God's Revenge. Again, if you're looking for something that vaguely resembles Fog, Sea God's Revenge is not bad. But I think it might be slightly overcosted. Let me just see what it says here. Because again, Scry 1, and you're playing blue, should just be like random add-on flavor text. Yeah, wow. 6 mana across the board. Sea God's Revenge is probably the best option for it in general. Sea God Scorn swaps out Scry 1 for the ability to also hit enchantments instead. Captivating Gyre, or Gyre. Pronouns Gyre. With a J. American, British. Yeah. Yeah, like gyroscope. Okay, so Captivating Gyre is the worst of the three. They're all 6 mana. They're all sorcery. Sea God's Revenge and Sea God's Scorn are fighting for it. Yeah. Scry 1 versus the ability to also hit enchantments. I think the Scorn is probably the better option because you can also hit enchantments rather than the Scry 1. Sea God's Revenge does have the additional bonus not just of the Scry 1, but also the easier cost, only requiring a single blue rather than double blue, which does make a difference in some lists. If you're playing, like, let's say 3 colors, you want the Revenge first, probably. Horizon Scholar. I do have this in a deck. 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer when it enters Scry 2. Seems kind of bad compared to, however, if you compare it to Air Elemental, you're basically paying one less. You're paying 1 less blue mana and 2 more actual mana, so 1 more mana value. The math works out approximately equal to each other. You're still getting a 4/4 flyer when it enters Scry 2. It's a Sphinx. Where do I have it? I have it in my Sphinx tribal deck. Because it's a Sphinx. I think my one buddy that I occasionally talk about also making commander decks has got a what he calls a Scryfly deck, and this slots in perfectly because it's a flyer that's also a scryer. So decks like that, it slots in perfectly nicely. It's an okay utility creature. It's a fun creature to just randomly blink every so often. Don't forget too that Scry 2 is approximately equal to draw a card because the card selection is actually a big deal when you start looking at Scry 2. He's also got that card, and I forget what it's called, that says if you would scry, draw that many instead. Oh, Elogeth. Yeah, if you would scry a number of cards, draw that many cards instead. That's his general, which is a 6-drop. So then he plays this, which is also he plays this the next turn, draws 2 additional cards, and gets to do more shenanigans. So yeah, there are options for that. Thassa's Bounty. If I'm playing a mill deck and I want a card draw spell, this is a card I'm at least considering. Here's the thing to keep in mind. The default, in my opinion, for draw 3 is just like Harmonize, which was a color shifted concentrate, which was 2 blue plus 2. If you port that over to only requiring a single colored mana, you're looking at blue plus 4. What good options are there for draw 3 cards, get some kind of bonus? If you are playing a deck that wants to mill yourself anyway, let's say something based on dredge. You know, you're in Sultai. This thing, sure, it's 6 mana, which is kind of a lot. But you get to dredge 3 times, and then mill 3 more on top of that. So, not unrealistic, you'll end up dredging, I don't know, 12 cards? Putting 15 into your bin? So, again, there's places I can see this. I think the real place you want something like this is something that's got enough like dredge and uh dredge adjacent cards and so forth. But if you're just looking for a draw 3, there's better. Um and they usually cost 2 blue plus 3. But I would say that even at, you know what? Draw 3 cards. Okay, so discard. ID equal U, format EDH, format type 1, game paper, just be on the safe side. Sort by mana value. Boop. Alright. Realistically, what makes sense? Something that's just straight up draw 3. Hatching plans, you can find a way. When a crit creature deals combat damage to a player. Oh, that's cute. Mystery Key, potentially. Sappers and Air, they're constantly just going to let it through so you don't draw 3. Yeah, so there's Concentrate. So I don't see an actual real version, an actual real card that's like less than 4 mana. That's draw 3 cards without going through a bunch of hoops, or draw 3 cards for 4 mana without going through a bunch of hoops. Plan the Heist is so far from what I'm seeing the best version of that ability. Surveil 3 if you have no cards in hand, then draw 3. Plead for power, really? Huh. Vivisection, no, because if you're running Vivisection, oh no, Vivisection is sack a creature. But during Innistrad version 3.0, aka Midnight Hunt, aka a time frame when you might want to discard, when you might want to sack creatures anyway. Arcane Epiphany. If you control a wizard, it's an instant. Whatchamacallit? It's an instant draw 3. Brilliant Plan is basically a more splashable version. Cerebral Download. Cerebral Download looks actually pretty good. Hold on a sec here. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, because I wasn't able to do it on Tuesday, and any day after that would have been too late. Anyway, Cerebral download, Surveil, based on a number of artifacts you control, then draw three. Like, at 5 mana, you start getting actual, decent versions of the ability. Like, at 5 mana, you have enough variants of it. Oh, modify memory is hilarious. Blue plus 4 sorcery. Exchange control of 2 target creatures controlled by different players. If you controlled neither creature, draw 3 cards. That's funny. Yeah, by the time you hit 5, so 4 mana should be your default, and there's decent versions of it. By the time you hit 5 mana, you should have enough options for draw 3 and do, with some kind of interesting thing going on. Once you hit 6 mana, you should be like, why am I paying 6 mana to draw 3 cards? I better be doing something really good for 6 mana. Like Arcanus the Omnipotent having an ability that's just tap, draw 3 is. I would count that. Bewildering Blizzard. Creatures your opponents control get -3/-0 till end of turn. In addition. Sure. Draconic Lore. Potentially. Mental Journey. Having basic land cycling. I can arguably see it. Read the Tides. Sphinx of Enlightenment, I think, is actually pretty good. 6 mana for 5/5 flyer. When it enters, target opponent draws a card and you draw 3. Thassa's Bounty is the one we're looking at. And then the next step after that is you're paying 7 mana for Agent of Treachery, which is, I believe, a game changer, isn't it? You are not a. How are you not a game changer? How are you not a game changer? Lord of Change, 7 mana for a 6/6 Flying Ward 3. When it enters, draw 3 cards. Ready Research, 7 mana instant, costs 1 less to cast for each creature that attacked this turn. Draw 3 cards. This can end up, if you can manage to get 6 or more creatures to attack in a single turn. This is basically only affecting me and just recall. And then Treasure Cruise, which nobody pays full price for Treasure Cruise. Whew. So yeah, Thassa's Bounty, you should be generally be paying 4 mana. I could see 5 iffy, 6 is stretching it. 6 better add on something really good to make it worthwhile. I'm not sold on Thassa's Bounty in general, but it also depends on the kind of deck you get. Again, something based on an effect like Dredge, maybe you're into it. Stymied Hopes. This is, what's that card that really gets people? Oh, it's the land. Type land, colon, counter, target. Jwari Disruption. It's a Jwari Disruption with Scry 1 attached rather than being a land on the back. Yeah. Again, unless the scry is incredibly important to you, for 2 mana, you should be looking at mana. The worst you should be looking at, in my opinion. Like, Droid Disruption is a stretch, but maybe. Beyond that, at 2 mana, the worst you should be looking, like, you should be looking at Miscalculation, or the various Eloquentia variants, and you should be looking at either, assuming you're paying white +1 and making people spend extra, Mana Leak and variants thereof, or you should be looking at, barring that, if you're not looking at making them spend extra, you should just be looking at Counterspell, Arcane Denial, and variants thereof that just stop a spell, period. They may be some kind of restriction on what you can counter, but you should be able to just go counter target spell. Even at common. So, Stymied Hopes, unless the scry is incredibly important to you, no. Probably the only card in that general category I would recommend playing, again, would be Droid Disruption. Nimbus Naiad. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which seems fine, but it's got Bestow. Keep in mind how Bestow works. If you try to cast something with Bestow, like using the Bestow cost, alright? If you try and do that, you cast it as an aura, but step 1, if the creature doesn't exist when this goes to resolve, it comes into play and is the creature version of itself. So in this case, the 2/2 flyer. You may have spent 5 mana, but it's a 2/2 creature. Number 2, if it did successfully attach and the creature itself disappears, this becomes the creature part of itself. So it's kind of like an aura crossed with an equipment. Crossed with the fact that it's a creature. Unlike other aura spells, an aura spell with Bestow isn't countered if its target is illegal as it begins to resolve. Rather, the effect making it an aura spell ends, it loses enchant creature, it returns to being an enchantment creature spell, and it resolves and enters the battlefield as an enchantment creature. In other words, normally, you have a creature in play, you cast an aura on it, the creature disappears before this resolves. This no longer has a legal target because auras target when you cast them. So this is basically countered. With the card with Bestow, here's the creature. You cast this to bestow it onto it. This disappears. The card with Bestow goes, there's no creature left. I guess I'm going to enter as a regular creature instead of an aura. So, it's only a 2/2 flyer, but it's a 2/2 flyer that can give something +2/+2 and flying. Usually stuff that's got Bestow. Whatever the stats for the creature itself are, it grants that as a bonus to whatever it's going to whatever it's going to attach to. So in other words, if you have I don't know if this exists, but if you've got, let's say, a 3/3 trample with bestow, if it manages to enter and attach to a creature, it's going to give +3/+3, its own size as a boost, and trample. Generally, they're the same thing. There's some exceptions, but in general, they're the same or they are related. +2/+2 in flying, it's going to cost 5, but if the creature that it was attached to disappears, the aura turns into the creature version of itself. So you've lost giving +2/+2 in flying, but you've now gained a 2/2 flying creature in of itself. So stuff like that, if you're looking for card advantage, that's a different form of card advantage. Nimbus, Naiad, and stuff of that nature is useful because, generally speaking, one of the biggest problems that you'll run into when playing with auras is if somebody blows up my creature, I've lost the creature and whatever auras were attached to it. Stuff that's got bestow, you don't lose the whatever or other auras are attached to it. They become creatures, which hilariously also means they survive effects like Wrath of God, Day of Judgment, whatchamacallit, Star of Extinction, whatever, because they blow up the base creature, and then after that creature's gone, then the auras turn around and go, hey, by the way, hi, you tried bestowing me, I'm here. Which means now they've got to spend more removal on dealing with those. So, the stuff that's got bestow, a lot better than most people realize because you have to spend extra removal to get rid of them. Sealock Monster, 5 mana for 5/5, can't attack unless defending player controls an island. 7 mana, which is more than its original 5. Monstrosity 3, which means when you pay a monstrosity ability, if it's not already monstrous, whatever the number is, you put that many +1/+1 counters on it, and now it becomes monstrous. And monstrous is just like an extra little checkbox beside it. And it doesn't really do anything. Like, it's a state of being. It's like, whether I wear glasses doesn't have anything to do with the size of my feet or the date on my birth certificate, or it's just a random extra piece of it's either true or it's not. It's just, in this case, when it becomes monstrous, target land becomes an island in addition to its other types. That is, I believe, a permanent effect. Blah, blah, blah. Doesn't have a duration. Yeah. So, hilariously, you're playing blue. You could flicker this. It'll leave the battlefield, come back, have no recollection of what it was before. So you can monstrous it again and turn something else into an island. If you've got enough mana to futz around with this sort of thing, you can turn like another land into an island like every turn. It doesn't stop the land from being whatever it already was. It's just, by the way, you're now also an island. Prescient Chimera. Again, for the Scryfly deck, this is not bad because this, with Heliod in play, is, you know, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, draw a card. As printed, it's whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, scry one. So, keep in mind that this is a cast trigger, so it will resolve before the instant or sorcery in question. So if you cast Concentrate, cast trigger, you scry one. Okay, I don't like it, I'll put it on the bottom. Then Concentrate resolves, and you draw your 3 cards because that's what Concentrate says to do. So, a 3/4 flyer with that kind of ability is actually kind of nice for a lot of decks because just being able to, if you are playing, let's say you're playing, let's say you're playing Izzet, and you have a deck that's based around cards like Kiln Fiend. Throwing a Prescient Chimera into your deck just to help you find the cards that you need when you need them easier is probably going to help a lot. Also, if you're trying to do something like Chimera Tribal, you might end up needing it. Chimera, Chimera, however, potato, potato, sort by color. Whoops, wrong one. Let's try that again. Sort by color. There's 2 in white, there's 5 blue. There's this one that technically exists in red. There's 4 green. So realistically, I'm seeing white, blue, and green. But then 4 that are Izzet specifically. 1 that's Sultai. 1 that is Jeskai. So it really wants you to play red, even though the 1 right Chimera isn't really a thing that really does anything. It'll just, realistically, it'll just be a 3 mana 3/2 with a text box that says words but is realistically vanilla. And then 6. Oh, that's funny. And 6 artifact creature Chimeras. That's funny. Okay. I would probably end up going Teamer. I think you lose 3. And then you get to, well, I think you lose 3 and you get to play everything else. But yeah, Prescient Chimera, you're playing that in that deck. Black cards. Fleshman Steed. Whenever another creature dies, tap this creature. The only reason you want this is if you have cards that care about it being tapped, which occasionally is a thing, or specifically care about stuff untapping it. Whenever, you know, actually, you might want this in a deck that's got like a self-mill deck with like Mindlock Orb, because this is an additional card that will be tapped, and therefore you mill yourself another card, which if you're trying to mill yourself is kind of a thing you want to do. So there are uses for it. It depends on the kind of deck you're playing. Lash of the Whip? No. There's a card in there's a card that's currently, it's like, yeah, there it is. Dark Deed. just came out in Marvel Superheroes. It's the exact same card, but it's 2 mana, not 5. The only reason to play this is flavor reasons, uh, based on the artist, something of that nature. But look, black +1, instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn. Black +4, instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn. It's the exact same card. If you're paying 5 mana in black, you should be killing the creature outright, not giving minus to it. And at 5 mana, you should probably be exiling the creature. It might be like double black +3 instead of black +4, maybe. But you should be exiling the creature by that point. And even so, you should be playing like I would play Here's the thing: I would play Introduction to Annihilation before this, unless the fact that the creature going to the graveyard is still relevant. Unless you actually legitimately want the creature to still go to the graveyard, in which case you can easily find ways to get it to go to the graveyard for 5 mana. Easily. But don't play Lash of the Whip. Fellhide Minotaur. One black, 2 other, 2/3 Minotaur. That's it. I don't know if black gets any better vanillas than this. You know what? That's a good question. Is vanilla ID equal black? Mana value equals 3, mana 2. Sort by power. 3 2s are easy. 2 3s are easy. Yeah. You're looking at 2 3s and 3 2s, and very occasionally something else. Scathe zombies don't play unless you actually care about the fact that it's a zombie. Headless Horseman is a zombie knight. That's hilarious. That makes sense, but that's, yeah. If you care about the fact that it has a big butt, you Gloom Pangolin. Yeah. You have enough 2 3s and 3 2s that this is one of your options. Yeah. That's really the only place I see for playing it. Blood Toll Harpy. The number one place I would see playing this is a mono black burn deck. Why? It only hits anyone for one, but it hits everybody for a point. You have a 2/1 flyer that hits everybody for a point. Plus it's got flying. It doesn't enter tapped. It doesn't say it can't block or anything like that. So it's also going to peck in for 2 points every so often on top of that, until somebody finally drops a creature with reach or flying or whatever. In which case you just send it over to somebody else. It's not unreasonable. This 3 mana, this cheap, 4 to 5 cent creature is going to get in like 10 damage. One each player So that's 4 because you're also one of them. Plus 3 attacks at least at somebody, you know, smack, smack, smack before it actually dies. Before it actually dies or is on blocking duty or whatever. It's not unreasonable. In fact, against a single person, it's not unreasonable for this to do like 7 damage. I think that's a fair thing for so yeah. In a mono black burn deck, it's not amazing, but yeah. Sip of Hemlock. 1 more mana than the Lash of the Whip. It's a sorcery. Destroy target creature. Its controller loses 2 life. Again, not a thing I would recommend because at sorcery speed nowadays, you have Fell, which is destroy target creature, 1 black, 1 other. You're paying 3 more mana to make somebody lose 2 life. Now, that being said, what I will point out is if somebody's got Shroud or Hexproof or something of that nature, but their creatures don't, this gives you a way to, burn them for an extra couple of points because it targets the creature, not the player. This is vaguely along the lines of Path to Exile. There's, you know what? Is there a more efficient? Yes, there are. Unforgiving Overtake. Oh, do you actually exist? Or are you were just on Magic Online? Go away. Certain Death is a slightly easier to cast version. It's black plus 5 rather than 2 black plus 4. And you also gain 2 life. Bitter Downfall came out in Lord of the Rings. It's an instant that costs black plus 3. And if it targets a creature that was dealt damage this turn, it only costs a single mana. And Suspended Sentence, black plus 3 instant from Duskmourn Commander. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. You can't hit your own. That player loses 3 life, and then it suspends for 3 turns, and you'll be able to do that every 3 turns. And it has suspend cost of black plus 1 for 3 turns. So you can suspend it on turn 3, and then every 3 turns, blow up another thing, blow up another thing, blow up another thing. So realistically, there are I would say at yeah, I'd say there's at least 2 cards that you should play before you consider playing Sip of Hemlock. Probably 3, depending on dollar value, rarity, and everything. But you could probably get 3 of them before doing this. That being said, it might be necessary. Cutthroat Maneuver. Remember what I was saying before about the, what's that white card? Dauntless Onslaught? Up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 till end of turn for 3 mana. The black version costs 1 more mana. The creatures only get +1/+1, but they also gain lifelink. That can be worth a lot more than +2/+2, depending on the kind of creatures that you hit in the first place. So, if you hit 2, like, I don't know, 2 3s, you now have 2 3 4s, and they gain lifelink. Wait, lifelink. The controller gains. Oh, that's funny. The controller, because it's an ability that the creature gets. The controller gains the life, which means you can again. Part of the thing about Commander is it's a multiplayer format where people like to go, hey, by the way, I can, you know what? Tell you what, I can do a thing for you. Let me do this. Double block it. I promise you'll be happy with the result. If you're not happy with the result, go ahead and take me up. If you are happy with the result, leave me alone for the until your following not your upcoming but like the turn after. Okay. Thunk. Cool, you just gained 6 life. Okay, that gives me some breathing, because if somebody's down to like 5, then going to, gaining 6 life is suddenly, now you're at 11 now. It's like, okay, I'm still in trouble, but I have a bit of breathing room. So, yeah, Cutthroat Maneuver, really good card for when you want to do like political shenanigans. Also, again, lifelink. Do you care about gaining life, etc., etc., etc.? I see this more as something that I care about for, because it doesn't say creatures you control, the politics. Insatiable Harpy. This is not a bad card. The problem is, 2 black, 2 other for a 2/2 flying lifelink. Ignore, don't compare it to anything else. Just look at it. Just look at its own stat line. 2/2 flying lifelink for 4 mana. Not bad. Problem. Now we start comparing it to other things. The most dangerous, like, you already have Vampire Nighthawk that exists. And I think already existed when this came out, which cost 1 less mana, had another point of toughness, and also had Death Touch. Already existed by the time. So, Insatiable Harpy was already power crept by the time it came out. Alright, what else exists? Sadistic Sky Marcher is the exact same size, exact same abilities. Black +2, that when you cast it, either reveal vampire from hand or pay an additional 1. So if you don't have another vampire in hand, it's black +3, which means it's easier to cast. Vampire Nighthawk we just talked about. Rooftop Assassin. Oh my god. At common, black +3, same size and abilities, with flash. When it enters, destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. So, easier cost, same size, lower rarity, and can potentially kill something when it enters. Nightmare Sword just came out in Lorwyn Eclipsed. Black +3, 2/3 flying lifelink. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1 counter on up to 1 target creature. And those are all commons and uncommons, because the other thing it's comparing to is Raticate or Valkyrie, which is a mythic, which I don't think it's a fair comparison. But for the sake of completeness, the I'm going to ignore everything else. Flying, lifelink, same mana value, it's a 4/3. The rest is just additional bonuses. So, Insatiable Harpy, unless you're playing Harpy Tribal, or unless you really need more 4 mana flying lifelinks in your deck, you know what? Keyword flying, keyword lifelink, mana value equal 4 ID black. Actually, ID black. One, two. Yeah. One. Aetherborn Marauder. We didn't even see the Aetherborn Marauder, which again, same mana value, easier to cast, same size, same abilities, and allows you to move +1 counters from elsewhere onto it. Speaking of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. I just might transform her right away. Yeah. I just might transform her right away. And for... Yeah. So if you need more... But, I mean, if you need more 4 mana lifelink flyers, that is... Out of the 6, I would say that's at least number 5, probably number 6, because Henrika Domnati is a 1/3 native. Well, 1/3. Yeah, a 1/3 natively that doesn't natively have lifelink. So, yeah. Disciple of Phoenix. Again, my typical comment about discard decks here. If you're considering playing a card like this, A, they reveal their hand. Well, they reveal that many cards. Okay? So, start off with that. They reveal them, which means everyone gets to see them. You choose what they're pitching. It can be any card. This is like the card Blackmail. All the way from Onslaught. Target player reveals their 3 cards from their hand and you choose one of them. That player discards that card. There are other cards that do, they say, hey, by the way, you have some knobs you can turn on how many cards get. Yeah, this is going based on your devotion to black. They're going to reveal at least 2. It's a 4-drop. By the time you play it, it's probably they're revealing 5, 6, 7 cards. They're probably revealing most of their hand, and you're going, and discard that one. Then, if you still want to play with this card, you don't play this just to make somebody discard 1 card. You flicker it with something like Conjurer's Closet, I think it is that I'm thinking of. Conjurer's Closet. Or you sack it and reanimate it, because you're in black. That's how black normally handles that. or you bounce it back to your hand and recast it, or whatever. Um, or you're playing blue and you have followed footsteps on it, and so that every upkeep you're going, and by the way, Pikachu, I choose you, etc., etc., etc. You're always having somewhat like, yeah. If you do that, again, this is the sort of card that you want multiple uses out of. Panharmonicon to double the ETB, and stuff of that nature. So you want multiple uses out of the trigger. Getting 4 mana for a 1/3, which averages to a 2/2, and getting somebody to discard a card is fine. But this is Commander. Making somebody discard a card is probably just an annoyance. So, yeah, if you're doing something of that nature, get a better. You need to get multiple uses out of it. Cavern Lampad. 2/2 with Intimidate bestows for 6. Or, sorry, 2/2 Intimidate for 4 bestows for 6. So you're looking at black +3 for 2/2 Intimidate. Is a bit on the weak side, let's be honest. You should be, because a 2/2, I think a 2/2 with fear and similar abilities was, I want to say 3 mana. Oh no, historically it had been 2 black +1. This is black, yeah, black +3, because this was still being costed based on similar assumptions. Severed Legion. Because on a black card, Fear and Intimidate are basically the same thing. So, make this comparable to the 2 black +1. You're looking at black +3. Again, a little on the high side, especially considering we're looking at 2013 versus originally printed in 2002. So a decade gone by. You could probably get away with black +2 by then. But bestows for 6, which again sounds like a lot, and it is. But a creature getting +2/+2 and Intimidate is pretty big, because that's a lot of the time they're only being able to block with artifact creatures. B, when the creature it's on gets blowed up, you get the original back. Or you get the land pad itself, rather. So you're basically paying only 2 mana for the +2/+2 and Intimidate, if you think about it that way. Because that's the difference between the original creature. Or, sorry, that's the difference between the creature as an aura that falls off and becomes a creature, and just the creature itself. You're paying 2 mana for the aura part. So, yeah. That's pretty good if you're looking at it from that lens. And even if you assume that's a little overcosted for the land pad, you're still paying 3 mana for +2/+2 Intimidate, which again, still pretty good. So, again, from that kind of lens, might be worth a consideration, and also the sort of thing that might be worth if you are considering a aristocrats deck. What this does is it enhances one of your creatures. If your creature suddenly has to die, sack it to a thing that you want. For example, Viscera Seer or whatchamacallit, Carrion Feeder is probably the better option, or what have you. Sack it to something useful, get a useful effect out of it, and then you still have the land pad itself to play with as a 2 to intimidate. Erebos' Emissary. Again, it's another bestow creature where it's 4 to cast, 6 for bestow. You get a 3/3 creature, which is fine, but you can discard a card through the emissary, and if it itself is a creature, it gets +2/+2 till end of turn. And if it's an aura attached to another creature, the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. So you can pitch your hand to something like this and go, hey, by the way, no, I'm not hanging you for 3. Take like 9. Take 15, etc., etc. This is sillier when you are, oh man, this is the sort of card where it's like you get a you have to discard a creature card. I missed that bit. You discard a creature card. But what this allows you to do is like, first of all, it's if you're playing reanimation, for a reanimator deck, you constantly want discard outlets that ideally don't cost you more than just discarding the card. The reason you want discard outlets is because often, not always, but often enough, something that you want to be able to cheat into play ends up in your hand. Now there's 3 ways to handle that. 1, find a way to cast it without paying its mana cost. Effects like Omniscience help. 2, just drop in and play via something else. Quicksilver Amulet, Elvish Piper, stuff of that nature to just drop in and play. 3, it's in your hand, find a way to discard it so that you can go back to your regular plan of reanimating it. This does help with the third option. So you always want something useful there. Not the best option, but it is an option. Asphodel Wanderer, this is the kind of card that you put in your deck if you have creatures that you like. I want to keep my creature around, which means this is not going into an aristocrat's deck. This is your typical creature build deck, or your typical. I play a creature. I want to keep my creature around. How most people play with decks that involve creatures. Aristocrats wants to sack their creatures for fun and profit. They would rather have Reassembling Skeleton or something similar, because that it does. You can pay 2 mana and bring it back, and then have it die to something else. Asphodel Wanderer regenerates, which stops it from dying in the first place. But it's 3 mana to regenerate. If you can pin down Dredge Skeletons, or, Dredge Skeletons is better. Nightscape Familiar is better. There's a lot of cards that have regeneration that are better than this. Hell, there's even some that are like pay life to regenerate. If the life payment is not obscene, probably play that instead. Asphodel Wanderer, if it may be because you're playing skeleton tribal, but there should be plenty of skeletons for you to play with where this is just pass. Ordeal of Erebos. The cycle of ordeals. Every god in the set has got an ordeal. They're usually around 2 mana to cast. In fact, let's just do a quick scan, because we didn't do the other ones. The blue one is 2, and the white one is also 2. So 2 sounds right. Ordeal of Erebos. It's an aura with, you enchant a creature with it, because that creature is going on, This is their adventure, but it's an ordeal assigned to them from one of the gods. When it attacks, put a +1 counter on it. Then if it's got 3 or more +1 counters on it, sack the aura. So that's useful. And because some colors don't get +1 counters as easily as other ones do. And then when you sacrifice this aura, target player discards 2 cards. That doesn't sound great. You're only saving yourself 1 mana and having to wait 3 turns. But you're not necessarily having to wait 3 turns. What? When you sacrifice this aura, is its own paragraph. You can sacrifice this aura to any effect. It doesn't care what the effect is. As an additional... what do you call it? Angelic Purge. 1 white +2. Additional cost to cast a spell. Sack a permanent. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Really, really good card. You can sacrifice the ordeal, and in addition, make somebody discard 2 cards. So, just putting it out there. It might never have to attack. You just use this in combination with something else and go, hey, by the way. Also, hilariously, do you want to know how you can make this, make this aura last a really long time? Throw it on a card like Moonshadow. What? Why would I throw it on Moonshadow? Because Moonshadow enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. Forget the last ability for the timing. It enters with 6 -1 counters on it. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, put a +1 counter on it. A +1 counter and a -1 counter will neutralize each other. So this is going to turn around and take a couple of turns before all those +1 and -1 counters finally neutralize each other, in combination with the -1 counters being eaten from Moonshadow's own ability. It's going to be there for a couple of turns, and then it's going to be able to start getting the +1 counters on its own. Not saying you should do it that way. I'm saying that is a thing that can happen. Right cards. Flame Speaker Adept. 3 mana for a 2/3. Whenever you scry, this gets +2/+0 in first strike till end of turn. A 2/3 is about normal for 3 mana, but that's usually at common. But historically, that had been 2 red +1. This is red +2. But historically, goes back to 1993 with Herloon Minotaur. And this is, again, 2013, 20 years later. Whenever you scry, this gets +2/+0 gains first strike till end of turn. Number 1, you're playing red. There are cards in red that involve the word scry. ID equal red. 31 cards. Burning Prophet, 2 mana for a 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, give this +1/+0 till end of turn. Then scry 1. Fateful End, 3 damage to any target. Scry 1, etc., etc. Inordinate Rage, 3+3/+2, and scry 1. Iron Fist Pulverizer. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, 2 damage to target opponent. Scry 1. You know, you have options. Some of them are better, some of them are worse, and these are the ones that are actually red. Titan Strength, +3/+1 till end of turn. Scry 1. So, Flame Speaker Adept, whenever you scry, there's enough ways to trigger scry. Just, well, I shouldn't say trigger scry, but there's enough ways to scry through cards that actually do it itself. And then there's cards that actually, whenever you do certain things, hey, by the way, you also scry. So, Flame Speaker Addict, you can trigger that a lot more consistently than it first appears. And so, this can fairly consistently be a 4/3 first strike, or potentially bigger, on a regular basis. And that's not counting things like Daring Escape or Inordinate Rage or or other effects that say, Semwood Sprint that say, hey, by the way, give target creature a size boost and scry. That's not counting those. So that is buildable. Peak Eruption. Early Olive a good omen. Flock of Crows, not so good. Mountain Exploding, bad. Very bad. Sorry, very, very bad. Yeah, Peak Eruption, I think that might have to do with Pompeii. That's where I think they were going with Peak Eruption. Red +2, sorcery, destroy target mountain, 3 damage to that land's controller. Again, red gets a fair amount of play in Commander, often as a support color, depending on the deck, sometimes on its own. Or as the major color in the deck. If you're playing goblins or dragons or dwarves, red is going to be like your primary main color that it's going to be based around. If you're playing, like, Izzet decks tend to have a good amount of red and blue. Like, it tends to be relatively balanced. It might be like 60-40 one way or the other, but it doesn't swing too heavily one way or the other. It's like you'll notice a bit more of one than the other, but not usually like immensely so. But in decks like Jund, it tends to be more of a support color. Well, let me rephrase that. Like a Jund Reanimator deck is going to have some red to it, but it's not going to be heavy. It's not going to be heavy on red. It's going to be it's going to have a decent amount of red to help with the draw and discard. But realistically, it's the whatchamacallit, like the black is going to be the main part of it. You're going to probably be like half black, and then the other half is probably, I would say, maybe roughly about half and half. Maybe leaning slightly in favor of red over green. Grixis, I expect to be heavily black and blue with some red, etc., etc. But if you're building some kind of burn deck and you're in mono red or you're in Rakdos, Peak Eruption is going to be a good fit for that deck. And again, it targets the land, it doesn't target the player, so it does allow you to hit people that have, you know, hexproof or, you know, some other way that stops them from being able to be targeted. You just go, okay, cool, I'll blow up your land instead, and you'll still take 3. Ill-Tempered Cyclops. Oh, Hill Giant kicked to the curb so hard. You could ignore the Monstrosity ability, and you're looking at a 4 mana 3/3 trample. The only place where Hill Giant is better, it is the only place where Hill Giant is better is that it has the Giant type, which has got more support than Cyclops. That being said, if you don't care about that, you want this over Hill Giant. Plus, for 6 mana, Monstrosity 3. The Monstrosity ability apparently is not as a sorcery. I don't see anything that says anything about it only as a sorcery. So you can do this, you know, after blocks are declared and go, oh, okay, well, I got 6 spare mana. Thunk. By the way, I'm a 6/6 trample now. Oh, no. Heaven forbid, keep in mind, you're dealing with Monstrosity, which puts counters on things. So when you're playing with Monstrosity, heaven forbid you have any sort of shenanigans that involve, well, additional counters. You know, your typical doubling season et al. Shenanigans. Which also means that if creatures die, well, now you get to play with things like the Ozolith and this, that, and it's a whole thing. But yeah, Ill-Tempered Cyclops, yeah, surprisingly good for this era. Again, this is over a decade ago. Still a reasonable card. You know, a 3/3 trample for 4 mana at common in red, pretty good. Red does not get enough. Red does not get as much trample as I think it should get. And then Monstrosity that you can just, sure, I'll do this later when I really need it. A Cyclops has 2 moods: angry and asleep. That's funny. So yeah, actually surprisingly good creature, especially again when you're. It's a 3-cent common. Pretty good card. Rage of Perforos, 5 mana, 4 damage to target creature. It can't be regenerated this turn. You realize the only card that I can think of that cares at all about regeneration in modern times is Wolverine. If you don't see Wolverine at your table, don't play this. 4 damage target creature is not going to kill enough. Oh, by the way, Scry 1. Again, unless you're looking specifically to build like a red-based scry, a red-based deck with a lot of scrying to it, which, to be fair, is an ability that red could use a lot easier than most other colors, because red tends to end up with, unless it's things like dragons, a lot of their cards seem to be not as good as other colors. The cards, here's the thing about red. The cards that are actually good and playable are really good at their job. The ones that aren't are quite often don't bother. This may feel like it's true with a lot of colors, like with most colors, but the cards that do it, like other, so typical color cards that are worth playing. Cards that are worth playing up here. Let me rephrase that. Yeah, most colors. Cards are worth playing up here. Decent playable cards here. Everything else down here. Everything else down here. So this, and then this. Red is like this, and then this in comparison. Their cards are worth playing tend to be a smaller proportion. Their okay cards tend to be a smaller proportion, and then their don't bother playing tend to be fairly big. But that's why we have this stream. What cards are there that are interesting that people overlook? Rage of Perforos, the number one reason to play this, in my opinion, in any deck at all, is because you want the scry, and you want enough scry to make your deck function. If you're looking for creature removal, you're in the wrong place. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Fissure, Lava Flow, Aftershock, Introduction to Annihilation. For probably, I would say less than $2, you should be able to get 4 random commons that will kill creatures outright and not care how big they are. And you could probably, depending on where you live and who you deal with, you could probably do it for like under $1. Aftershock from the list is 13 cents. Portal is 28 cents, so 41. Fourth edition of Fissure is 9 cents, so 41, so 50, and then Strixhaven School of Mages. So for under $1, if you're doing that off TCG player type stuff, if you're able to you should be able to get all 4 of them and just not care how big the creatures are. And that's assuming you're looking at commons. So again, the number one reason to play Rage of Perforos, you're in mono red, you're looking for creature removal, you want the scry. Titan of Eternal Fire. Again, welcome to Prometheus. 6 mana for 5/6. Each human creature you control has pay red, tap, 1 damage to any target. You're like, okay. Tribal. Throw, whatchamacallit, Masquerade Nexus out. This now affects all your creatures. The activation cost doesn't have any restriction on when you can use it. You're in red, so getting haste should be relatively easy. Yeah. This is the sort of thing that it's like, you know what? I'm just going to fire off a quick message. Where are you here? um, okay, so yeah, you have a tribal deck or something of that nature. Yeah, this is just like, I have extra random mana floating around. Thunk. Boulder Fall. I had this in my original. I had this in my original list for mono red commons commander as some kind of like mass removal spell. It wasn't great, but allowed me to hit multiple things at the same time. And I cut it because it just didn't do enough. Because realistically, what this ended up being most of the time was 8 mana as an instant to deal 5 damage to a target. If I was really lucky, I would be able to kill 2 things. 5 damage also doesn't kill as much as, like if your opponent's dealing with like, 7/7s and 8/8s and stuff like that. Boulder Fall is going to be annoying, but that's it. So, I end up cutting it. Do not be tricked by this card. If I can't make it work, it's probably not worth playing. Borderland Minotaur, 4 mana for a 3. Let's try that again. 4 mana for a 4/3. If you're in Minotaur Tribal, you might want to play it. I would probably pass on it. Um, if you're looking for, if you're looking for your, for if you're in mono red and you're looking at vanillas, this is one of your various 4/3/3/4 options. You you have multiple options in this slot. Pick one. Um, Spear Point Oriad, 3 mana for 2/2 first strike. Bestows for an extra 3 to give +2/+2 in first strike, which I think, yeah, it costs a bit more because a lot of them are only 2 more and this is 3 more. But I think that +2, I think that the first strike is going to be absolutely huge. Let's say you cast this on a 4 mana creature. Your 4 mana creature is probably on average going to be, let's say, a 3/3. Now you've got a 5/5 first strike. Regardless of what other abilities it has, that's going to be a big deal. Heaven forbid it also has some other ability like flying or trample. Yeah, Spearpoint Oriad is going to help you a lot more than it first appears. Labyrinth Champion, 4 mana for 2/2 heroic, 2 damage to any target. You're playing a burn deck. You want to at least look at this card. If your burn is supported by creatures and pump spells, which again I don't necessarily recommend. Your pump spells, if you're doing that, should probably be auras, considering we're looking at commander, because they'll last longer that way. Then Labyrinth Champion is going to do a lot more for you. If you're, if they're just um undercosted creatures or something of that nature, or creatures of a healthy size that have haste, or something of that line at all, then Labyrinth Champion is not going to be nearly as useful for you. Arena Athlete, 2 mana for 2/1. Heroic, target creature and opponent controls can't block this turn. Eh? Again, less useful when you're looking at commander, especially since, sure, it's a 2-drop, but it's also quite possible you're playing this on turn 6. And at that point, you need to be able to cast like 4 spells to make sure that you can get through for a couple points of damage. Don't bother. You would be better served with stuff that either makes your creatures unblockable, or there's lands that make them unblockable. There's, I think, Secret Tunnel, and Rogue's Passage, and a couple others that have that kind of ability. You also got, historically, you got cards like Dwarven Warrior, which have got like a tap ability that say, hey, by the way, target creature is unblockable, target creature power 2 or less is unblockable this turn, or something of that nature. Those are better. Ember Swallower. Oh, Ember Swallower. 4 mana for 4/5, so it's a healthy size. If you're looking at like an elemental based deck, this is a decent place to start. If you hit 3 more mana, you put 3+1/+1 counters on this. It becomes monstrous. At which point, each player chooses 3 lands they control and blows them up. Bam, 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 bam. Congratulations, you hit 7 mana. You get to blow up 12 lands. Have you got anything that cares about lands getting blown up or permanents hitting the graveyard? By the way, you also now have a 7/8. So, again, there are reasonable places for that. Satyr Rambler, 2 mana for a 2/1 trample. It's not hard to find cards that say, hey, by the way, give your creatures some kind of size bonus. Gauntlet of Power, and stuff that cares about a creature type, Obelisk of Erd and stuff of that nature. Just giving all your... This cannot unreasonably be like a 5/4. After a couple of things have entered. Having trample at that point is going to be like... You realize chump blocking isn't going to do a lot of good because I'm just going to overrun it and still do more to you, right? And then you're playing red, so I believe the archetype does first strike? No. Red is trample. White is first strike. So, yeah, it looks small, but in a format like Commander, you have enough ability to give your stuff, plus X plus Y, or plus X plus X, or target creature gets plus X plus Y, or enchanted creature gets plus X plus Y, or whatever, and it can just... So, uh, green. Shredding Winds. 3 mana instant. 7 damage target creature with flying. No. Just no. Stop. Stop being bad. Better example. Same cost, same speed. Aerial Predation. Destroy target creature with flying. You gain 2 life. Crushing Canopy. Same cost, instant. Choose between Destroy a Flyer or Destroy an Enchantment. Eaten by Spiders. Destroy target flyer and all equipment attached to it. Pierce the Sky. If you really want this ability, spend 1 less mana on Pierce the Sky. Sagittarius Volley. Same cost. Destroy target creature with flying. 1 damage to each creature with flying your opponent's control. Crushing Vines is similar to Crushing Canopy, but instead of the option of blowing up a enchantment, you get to blow up an artifact. Ettercap, its adventure side is Web Shot. Same cost, destroy target creature with flying. Pistol Strike, destroy target creature with flying. Its controller gets a poison counter. Tornado, destroy target creature with flying. Cycles for 2. Do not spend. Do not use a card like, do not go, hey, I'm going to deal damage to a flyer. You're spending 1 or 2 mana to hit a flyer for damage. I can begrudgingly see. You're spending 3. No, you should be killing. You should be destroy target flying creature. And at 2 and that's at instant speed. As a sorcery, if you're spending 3 mana, you should have options plural. And you might be able to do it at 2. So just no. Just don't. Stone-Shredded Warrior. 4 mana for 2/2 heroic, 2/+1 counters. So the first thing that targets it, like a Giant Growth as an example, makes it into permanently a 4/4. The second one makes it into permanently a 6/6. This gets even with its mana cost on the first spell you cast that targets it. As soon as she faces a monster, she begins composing its epitaph. That's hilarious. Fairies Band Centaurs, 5 mana for 3/7. That averages to a 5/5. The reason you want to play this is its 7 toughness. The problem is you can get to 7 toughness a lot easier. The reason you play this card specifically is if you care about high toughness, but you also care about the fact that it doesn't have Defender and it actually has a usable power stat. Not a great one, but a usable one. It has 3 power. It's not big, but it's usable. So you are looking at cards like, I think it's called Doran Besieged by Time? Yeah, Doran Besieged by Time. Each creature spell you cast with toughness greater than its power costs 1 less to cast. So that would be cast as a 4 mana card instead of 5. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is the difference between its power and its toughness. So, whichever is lower, that gets boosted up to being equal to whatever's higher. And then however much that went up gets upgraded to the other stat. So this is a 3, 7. The difference between them is 4. 7 minus 3 is 4. So this is going to get plus 4, plus 4. That'll make it into a 7, 11. And it'll cost you 4 mana to cast instead of 5. That is what, this is the sort of card you want in a deck. Like, this is the sort of card that you want a card kind of like this when you are concerned about what happens when my general, who is supposed to be 4 mana cast, ends up being like 10 mana to cast. Hey, Zero. Possibly. What are you looking for? So, yeah, the number one place I would want this would be something where I expect my general to possibly get removed enough times that it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Means of preserving +1 K. Open scribe follow tagger. Counter preservation. ID Naya. Resourceful defense might do what you're looking for. Reluctant Romano. These three basically all say when the creature in question die, you can move its counters elsewhere. Blaster. Allow you to move counters from Blaster onto something else. Yeah. So a very quick search says these three are probably the ones you're looking for. Ozolith the Use and Resourceful Defense. I don't know if there's move preservate ID Naya. Means of preserving counters. Let's sort by color real quick. The deck I have for my favorite commander hasn't been working for a while. From this, whenever I'm You want to save count. Oh, Gatewatch peaking. I want one of these. uh, Post counters on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so a lot of the cards that I'm seeing that do something along that nature. Move counters, like, say, basically when it die. Moving +1 counters is easy. Moving other types of counters is more difficult. Nesting grounds kind of does what you're looking for. But yeah, it's there's not much. Uh the best thing I would what I would recommend. Yeah, what I would recommend is going to Scryfall, looking up a card like the Ozolith, going to hitting the open on Scryfall tagger, and then look at these things and go, okay, what here does anything along lines of what I'm looking for? That's probably what I would end up recommending for how to search for stuff because right now I don't know if there's anything else. That honestly, that's a lot of how I end up looking for cards that do a thing. How many cards are there that do a thing I'm looking for? Like, like if I want a card that does something along the lines of Land of War Elves, but I want it in another color. Um, you know, oh cool, there's a tag specifically for Manadork. Okay, so what if I go, I don't know, ID equal white? Cool. I just found white has 5 different Manadorks. The Gold Mirror, which is one I would know about automatically. Jada, which only works on angels. Codsworth, which only works on ores or equipment. Great Desert Prospector enters and makes a power stone for, per creature. And Sunseed Nurturer taps for mana. Doing this for blue. Oh, blue actually had quite a few. 46. I have a deck that's based around trying to feel like a mono green deck, but in blue. Benthic Explorers was in an earlier build of it, eventually got cut. Clever Conjurer. Tap. Untap target permanent not named Clever Conjurer. Activate only as a sorcery. I can use it to tap and I can use it to untap one of my lands. Etc. 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 So options, they exist. But that's how I end up trying to figure out, hey, I need a card that does X. This helps me learn what some of the tags are. And makes things easier on trying to, especially when I'm trying to find weird stuff. Anywho, but yeah, fairies, band, centaurs, like I said, you largely want this for a deck where you want to be able to attack for reasonable amounts of damage without having to worry about your commander. Your commander just helps the situation along and makes killing people easier. Andusa, Cetacean Hero. Oh wow. 5 mana for 4/5 heroic. Untap up to 3 target lands you control. Oh, up to 3 target lands you control each become 2/2 warriors creatures till end their turn. They're still lands. Oh, cool. So I cast, I don't know, monstrous growth. Give my creature +4/+4 till end of turn. I untap these 3 lands. I'm also attacking with 3/2/2. I'm going to attack with a 8 power, an 8 power legend and 3/2/2 lands. This feels like the sort of card that you want in a deck like Titania where you don't mind so much if the creatures die. Or I should say, if the lands die. Because if the lands die, well, you get 5/3 elementals if I remember right. Where is she here? Yeah, Titania, Protector of Argoth. That one. So yeah, Andusa, I could see throwing into that deck, depending on the kind of cards that I have in it. Anything that could feasibly pump Andusa, or I would target Andusa with otherwise. The more that I have that it could feasibly make sense to target Andusa with, the more likely I am to actually put in the deck. Centaur Battlemaster. 5 mana for a 3/3. Heroic trigger. 3/+1 counters on. Wow. Our herd is only as strong as its weakest. Our weakest just killed his 3rd Minotaur Raider today. Nice. So yeah. Again, playing commander, you should probably be using auras instead of instants for your pump because they will last much longer and they will be much more useful overall. I'm going to keep pounding that home specifically because of heroic, because realistically it's going to be much more relevant for the in a 60 card format, unless you're looking at something like Hexproof. A 60 life 20 card format, yeah, you could throw, like, if the auras are cheap and efficient enough, sure, otherwise pump spells would work just as well, and you only have one opponent. Heroic, like, commander, when you've got 3 opponents to deal with, having vigilance is a big deal, because being able to attack and block is a big deal. How big the creatures get is a big deal. Being able to do something about flying is a big deal. Being able to push through damage is a big deal. Being able to hit first helps a lot. Not exactly necessary. Oh, ow. Oh, that hurts. I'll get there in a moment. So, yeah. something like Centaur Battlemaster, auras will help that, and the fact that these are pumps that will last longer than just till end of turn can potentially last, you know, the turn, like the let's say 6 people's turns, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I kill your creature. That aura has lasted 6 turns, which means my turn twice and possibly your turn twice before it got blown up, which means these other 2 people have had to deal with it, and this one's had to deal with it twice. Vulpine Goliath, I would probably be playing it because it's a fox and not otherwise, because if I'm playing it otherwise, I should be looking at other cards first. Colossal Dreadmaw, obviously. But to be fair, I mean it is a reasonable card. Colossal Dreadmaw, and Bramble with Behemoth. Why does Bramble with Behemoth not get any attention? Oh, Colossal Dreadmaw gets the attention because it's a dinosaur, compared to an elemental, which is just meh. It's cute, but meh. But apparently, this is the third best card to do what it does without doing like an actual hunt for it. 6 mana, 6 powered creature, and it's better than the Avamaya Worm, which is the same thing with 1 less toughness. A 6/4 creature with trample. So yeah, yeah. Fox Tribal, I'd probably play it if I want a simple deck. Vulpine Goliath is fine. Otherwise, there's better options out there. But I would probably end up playing it in Fox. So what does the Fox say? Hunt the Hunter. A grudge is a tattoo worn on the inside. Oh, the feels. 1 green sorcery. Target green creature you control gets +2/+2 till end of turn. It fights target green creature an opponent controls. It's a slow giant growth, but it is also a fight spell. I believe most fight spells that people would want to be playing are probably, more than likely, realistically, sorcery. Because you generally want them to be like inexpensive. And it's like, okay, I kill your creature and now I attack you. That, I think, is probably the more likely way to handle fight. You don't often actually want it as an instant, which sounds odd, but I think that's less likely when you're dealing with fight. It only hits green creatures, but green is a big deal in Commander, especially on its own. It doesn't have to be part of another color combination. It is incredibly strong. I think it's probably, possibly, the strongest color in what do we have for, let's see here. Alright, let's not get to, you know what? Can I card filters? Nope. That's not gonna help. Alright. That's not going to let me find it. Alright. For monocolored. Krenko. Jada. I'm skipping Kenrith because he's a 5 color. Sephiroth. Chatterfang. No, Chatterfang is technically Golgari. Ashling, the Limitless. Zul'Dok. Keurig. Urza. You know what? Alright, what if I look at... On the first couple of rows, I'm seeing a fair amount of black. I'm only seeing white in combination with other stuff until I hit Jada. Some combination of Grixis seems to be a big deal on the first couple of rows. For green, it's a 5 color, a 4 dragger, Bumble Flower, Teval, and Lathril. I don't know. I want to know what the... No. Is there a better way to pull this off? I don't know a better way to pull this off. Oh. Yeah. I'll have to figure that out another time. But I'm used to seeing people playing a fair amount of green and not just like... It's like green just calls to people. So, that being said, getting cards that are like random tokens ending up being green also helps. I don't know. I think Hunt the Hunter. I always feel like Hunt the Hunter is like the kind of card that's like it's worth playing just because there's enough green that's worth playing. This is kind of true with the others as well. I think blue got Gainsay for that. What did blue get? Oh, yeah. Blue got Gainsay. White got Glare of Heresy. Blue got Gainsay. Black got... Oh, what did black get? Dark Betrayal. One black instant, destroy target black creature. If you're playing black, you should probably play it because you're going to need to take something out at some point. Red actually got Peak Eruption, which out of 3 of them hit a creature. Peak Eruption doesn't, and Gainsay counters a blue spell. Green turns around and goes Hunt the Hunter, which your green creature fights somebody else's green creature. Oh yeah, Elves is commonly a commonly played thing. Saplings is a not unknown quantity. Squirrels obviously is a thing. Etc. Also, like we were saying about Titania earlier, Titania, Protector of Argoth, the elementals are green. So, that's the Asp. If you still assume that Giant Spider is there, which it's gotten pushed out by now, but I don't think quite by this point, then you're paying an extra colorless mana for +2/+1 over Giant Spider, which is huge, and giving it a monstrous ability. Get an extra 2 mana, and then at instant speed, this can become an 8/9 with reach. And you're in green, which means that you're in the color that has doubling season et al. I need to look up a thing. Do snakes have eyelashes? Okay. Okay, so they don't because this looks like they've got eyelashes, but I mean, I'm taking a better look. It looks more like scales, but yeah. But yeah, if you monstrous this to an 8/9, an 8/9 with reach, flyers are not safe because like an 8/8 flyer is going to get eaten by this thing. An 8/8 flyer is humongous. Like a 7/7 like angels generally top out at say 7/7. Demons commonly top out at 7/7. Dragons commonly top out at 7/7. There's the very occasional one that goes up to 8/8. It's unusual to see something that's higher than an 8/8. Power greater than 8, keyword flying. Go there. Sort by color. Salvation Colossus. Supreme Exemplar you could actually get away with playing at some point. But you're paying 7 mana and excelling another elemental you control until this leaves play. You're not going to play that, realistically speaking. Well, you might if you're going for an Aristocrats build. Valgavoth, I could see. Ravenous Demon, you have to actually get to that point. Saka Human, that's actually not too hard. You could do that on turn 5. This is not. Oh. Maybe. Earthquake Dragon, I can see because this can not unreasonably be a 1 mana 10/10 flample. Alright. So there are some ginormous creatures that you can play. A 9/7. If it wasn't for the indestructible, it would still die to the Nessian Mass. The Asp would also still die, but the Asp is an 8/9. They would eat each other. Yeah. Satyr Piper. Target creature must be blocked this turn if able. Oh dear. Yeah, Satyr Piper, I feel like the number one thing you want to play this in is like if you're in Rogues or Satyrs and you're playing green, you might want to throw it in. You're not using it for its lure ability. It's way too much to do that. Feral Invocation. This is a this tries to be giant growth, except it's an aura. Which means again, it costs more, It's not quite as powerful, but it's going to last longer. Plus, Theros has got synergy with Heroic and stuff that cares about enchantments. So, yeah, it's a sort of card that if you're looking at pump for commander, this is this is the kind of starting point that you want. Do you actually? You would rather have Boon Satyr, I think. It's 2 more mana, but it's bestow for a +4/+2. And if it fails, you get a 4/2 creature. Annihilated Emissary, 4 mana, 6 to bestow, 3/3 trample. Again, you know, the same comments we keep talking about with bestow apply here. Time to feed. 3 mana sorcery. Choose target creature an opponent controls. When that creature dies this turn, you gain 3 life. Target creature you control fights that creature. So, this fights that, but when that dies, you gain 3 life. So this should kill that. However, you do have until end of turn for that to die. Time to feed. You want to combine that with stuff that's got Death Touch usually. And then you use that to kill the biggest creature you can. Alright, now the fun part. Stuff that's got a multicolor identity. ID equal gold. Not color gold. Not color. See. 10 cards that have got a multicolor identity. So it should be 2 per pair. It should be 2 per color pair. No, it should be 1 per color pair. Yes, 1 per color pair. Cetacean Griffin. 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer, which is eh. Double green +2. +2/+2 till end of turn. Only once each turn. I'm sorry, if I'm paying 5 mana, I want something better than a 3/2 flyer. And I'm paying 4 mana on a regular basis to give it +2/+2. I'm looking at trying to get my hands on a 4/5 flyer. So ID equal white, power greater than 3, toughness greater than 3, rarity, toughness greater than 3, rarity common. Oh, and then keyword flying. Shepherding Spirits. 6 mana, I get a 4/5 plane cycling. +2/+2. This would be a 5/4. For 1 more white mana, I get a creature with... Basically, flip these stats around. And I don't have to worry about a pump ability that I can only use once each turn. And I have plane cycling as an additional option. And that's assuming I'm sticking with commons. And that's... Yeah, that's assuming I'm sticking with commons. If I'm not restricting myself to commons, then I should be looking at anything better than Serra Angel. Anything that's better than this. Open and Scryfall Tagger. Let's see if I can find what I can find for less than. Angelic Sellsword is a Sarah Angel with an easier cost with an ETB and an attack trigger. Herald of the Host is a Sarah Angel with Myriad. Oh, Sarah the Benevolent has a -3 that makes the Sarah Angel token, and she's a 4-drop herself. She is also mythic, but Starnheim Unleashed, 4 mana, makes a Sarah Angel token as a sorcery. Foretell it, you get X of them. Midnight Angel Armor, 5 mana, you get a... Oh, that's cute. You get a 1/1 soldier, then you attach the equipment to it, which turns it into a 4/4 flying, but it's got an equip cost of 3. So there are, even at uncommon, I can do better than Sarah Angel. And Sarah Angel is decent. I'm using Sarah Angel kind of as a benchmark here, and Sarah Angel beats this. And I would say so does the 5/4. Oh, good lord, what was it? It's a 5/4 flyer that's got plain cycling. Power 5 tough. That's 4. Keyword flying. 57 cards. I'll see you quickly because I know what you look like. What? We mean no. Oh, no. You're a 4 or 5. Here you go, Shepherding Spirits. Yeah. Let's look up how to pronounce you. Pronounce this word. Catoblepus? Catoblepus. Here's a link for reference. You are not going to help because you are... Wow. Do you actually... All of them? Oh my dog. Really? Ah, here we go.
Catoblepis.
Okay. This thing. So it's a 3/3 for 6 mana. Catoblepus. Okay. I wouldn't have think it was Catoblepus, but okay, apparently it's Catoblepus. 6 mana for 3/3. Pay 3. Has to be blocked this turn. When this dies, an opposing creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn. Yeah. Honestly, unless I'm doing something based on like D&D or something crazy like that, you know, something because the Catoblepus is the sort of creature that you actually encounter in Dungeons and Dragons. Well, that you can encounter. Just no. Crackling Titan. 3 mana for 2/3 Merfolk Wizard, which is not terror bad. Pay 3 and sack it, 2 damage to any target. Um, not not actually terror bad. I mean, this is why I'm like, obviously this is why it's about these two. If you're playing Merfolk and you've added red to it, it's not a terrible add. Um, Unfortunately, it's not as good once they took combat damage off the stack, and most of you are gonna go, "What the heck are you talking about?" When the game came out, anytime damage was dealt, it would be dealt to the creature, and as it was about to go to the well, after after it was, and I'm going to use this wording because as far as the rules of the game concerned, it didn't say this, but this is essentially how it functioned. The damage would be assigned. It would be dealt to the creature, and the first thing you would have is at that point you had the time to do damage prevention abilities. So the damage is dealt, and then something jumps in, like Samite Healer, and says, "Oh, you're trying to take 3 damage? Okay, I'll prevent one of that, so you take 2 instead." And then once that period is up, then the damage would actually resolve essentially. And if it was still lethal damage, the creature would try to die. And at that point, the game would pop up and go, "Oh, hey, you have the ability to regenerate it. Do you want to regenerate it?" And stops the lethal damage or whatever else from actually putting it into the graveyard. That's more or less based on the original, on how the game worked for the first, for the first few years. Then 6th edition came around and went, "Okay, let's clean things up. Let's get rid of interrupts and batches and this, that, whatever. Let's clean things." It's still going to work more or less the same way it always has. We're just going to make things work in a more sensible, logical manner. So, they introduce the stack. They do, the game has always been first and last out. But things are now much more consistent, much more streamlined, and stuff works in a much more coherent manner. Like, stuff that feels like it should be similar to X is written in a way that it does work like X. And, hey, Roar. And the result of that is that combat damage, to make things work in a much more coherent manner, combat damage was treated as something that went on the stack and resolved just like any other spell or ability. It wasn't a spell or ability, it was damage, but it acted in a similar way so that people could go, I'll assign the damage, and before the damage resolves, this is when I'm going to use my abilities to this is when I'm going to use my ability to prevent damage that be dealt to it or put up my regeneration or whatever. You know, that's your last feasible time to use that. And then the damage resolves and you handle things and you go on from there. Thing is, with combat damage using the stack, combat damage would be assigned to whatever it was being assigned to, and then you could do fun tricks like, well, in that case, after combat damage is assigned, my 2 damage is being dealt to this creature. Then I'll sacrifice my crackling Triton and do 2 damage, an additional 2 damage to this, or 2 damage to this other creature, or what have you. And you actually manage to get 4 damage out of it. They eventually cut the idea of combat damage using the stack. I want to say it was like around somewhere between M10 and M14. I forget when exactly it was, but they cut that. And so us old players that have been playing the game for ages remember, being able to do this sort of thing. And then they turn around and they said, nope, not anymore. So that hasn't been a thing for, if it was M14, that would have come out in 13, so like 13 years now. But it still sticks in the mind of a lot of people. So, now, is this good? I mean, Rars says, no, it's bad. And in general, I would agree. If I am looking at a deck that's, Merfolk Tribal or Wizard Tribal, and I am in at least Izzet, this is still a thing that I'm considering because it is a creature, so it'll get all the bonuses for being a creature and so on and so forth. And then at some point later, I can just, well, it's going to die anyway, so I'll throw it at your face. Or what have you. Or it's going to die anyway, I might as well kill your planeswalker that's almost dead anyway. Etc., etc. And because Merfolk decks can be any color combination you want. In general, as long as at least one of them is blue. It's not unusual for it to be blue-green or blue-white. It could conceivably be blue-red. I do remember at least one Merfolk from back in the day that was blue-red. Yeah, I mean, just because it's typically going to be one color or one color scheme. Oh, there probably is. Okay, there's at least one. Delicos, Crafter of Wonders. Jorian, Ruin Diver. Okay. So there are two. There are technically two. They're aimed towards something else, but they do exist. Yeah, Razorfin Hunter is the one I was thinking of. Oh, Whirlpool Warrior. I forgot you were a Merfolk. Or sorry, actually, I forgot you were Izzet. Yeah. So if you are building Is It Merfolk, you technically do have two options. I would go with Jury N more than likely because I'm not likely to build around this ability here. But yeah, it is a thing you can do. Again, I mean, Rar, you know me. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you have to, but it doesn't mean you can't. I don't know what Delos? Uh oh, Delicos. This one. 3 mana, 2/4, Merfolk Artificer. Tap for 2 colors. Spend only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. Equip creatures you control have flying and haste. That being said, a flying hasty Merfolk is not awful. But that's not what I would be. I would want to build more around that commander, and Jorian feels like a more generically flexible commander for a deck like that. Coastline Chimera, 4 mana for 1/5 flyer, which sounds kind of. I mean, to be fair, it averages to a 3/3. The fact that it's a 1/5 makes more sense when you look at its activate ability. White +1, colon. This creature can block an additional creature this turn. So you do that, let's say, twice. It can now block 3 creatures. Having 5 toughness helps it survive blocking 3 creatures. Sing and Chimera overhead foretells good fortune, but only because Sing 1A closer foretells dismemberment. So yeah, if you are going to do the silly thing and build around the, you know, I can block many things, then you want the Coastline Chimera in that deck. Agent of Horizons, 3 mana for a 3/2 sounds but a built-in 3 mana to make it unblockable is kind of nice. That being said, I'm often looking at like my baseline in my head is like 2 blue +1 for Phantom Warrior. And that's a 2/2 just a 2/2 straight up unblockable. So, is there better than that? And not really. There's 2 cards that are like the same thing. Telos Warriors and Phantom Ninja. All 3 of them are the exact same card. You know what? ID equals Simic. The Justin Infiltrator is a better card than that. You pay 1 red, or sorry, 1 green and 1 blue, and you get a 2/2 unblockable. Yeah, it's Elusive Crisis can get there. I don't know. It's less easy to say a card is strictly better than Agent of Horizons. I would not say that anything that I've seen, to be fair, only a quick search, but I wouldn't say anything I've seen immediately is strictly better than Agent of Horizons. Interesting. Although, as I said before, for something like that, I would rather have Rogue's Passage or something similar to make it unblockable. Priest of Erois, 1 red for 1/1. Pay 4 and sack it to destroy target enchantment. Not worth it. literally not worth it. I can find a way to blow up an enchantment and get rid of another one. It's going to cost me 2 cards, but I can do that in mono red for red plus 3. It was. Let me pull up my mono red commander deck, because I know you're in here. Don't need you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Here we go. Sure, but that being said, the enchantment removal that you're normally looking for in Boros comes from white. Sorry, it's 2 red plus 2. Here's the 2 cards I'm looking for. Wild Magic Surge. 2 red, instant. Destroy target permanent an opponent controls. Its controller reveals top cards from the top of their library till they reveal a permanent card that shares a card type with that permanent. So if you hit an enchantment, you flip over till you hit an enchantment, or if it's an enchantment creature, you flip until they hit an enchantment or a creature. They put that card on the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order. Okay. You combine that with Weathered Runestone. Non-land permanents in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. So you put the two of them together. I kill your enchantment. I let you flip over till you hit another enchantment. It can't enter. So that and everything that you flipped over gets shuffled and put on the bottom of your deck. I saw that. I was very excited and that cost me 2 white and 2 other for 4 mana. And the bonus here is because this is a creature, you can recur it. I don't think this is a creature worth recurring. If you're looking to do it that way, oh, good lord. I know the one you're talking about. I can't remember what it's called, but it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same ability that I'm. Grafdigger's Cage. Because that only stops creature cards from entering. And if I'm hitting an enchantment, unless it's an enchantment creature, it won't make any difference. I care about stopping another enchantment from hitting the board. So, if I cared about creatures specifically, yeah, I want to be able to nuke your enchantment and the next one that you would hit in a mono red deck. So, I had considered it. Yep. No. Yeah, that I did. That's what I said. I did the search front, and Weathered Runestone was the best option for that. But yeah, Priest of Theros, if you're considering a card like this, you're already in white because it's got a white activation. Play a white creature that you can just sacrifice to blow up enchantments. Returned Phalanx, 2 mana for a 3/3 defender, and you can pay blue +1 to let it attack as though it didn't have defender. Again, one of those cards where you want to be playing this in a deck that, cool, my general lets my stuff attack, etc., etc., but it has a built-in way just in case. Scholar of Athreos, If you're looking to burn out your opponents and you're in at least Orzhov, it's a white creature that you can every time you've got black +2, you can basically drain everybody for a life and gain that much life back. So chances are you're taking one, you're taking one, you're taking one, I'm gaining 3, which is kind of a big deal. Deathbellow Raider, 2 mana, 2/3 has to attack each turn of Fable, 3 to regenerate. It's an okay Minotaur. And Satyr Hedonist, 2 mana for 2/1 that you can pay red and sack it to add triple red. So you get a red, what's the word I'm looking for? Dark Ritual out of it. Alright, I will be right back. I have to, uh, alright, I will be right back after this commercial break. Except I don't do commercials. Please hold. Alright, and I'm back. So, I has the returned. So, I think I'm only going to do like the. Oh no. These are. There's 24. Why is there 24? Every color should have. Sort by. One, two, 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 three, two. Okay. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm only going to go through these couple of rows. Sentry of the Underworld, Griffin Skeleton. I think if I'm in Griffins and I'm playing at least what's the word I'm looking for? I'm playing at least Orzhov. 5 mana for a 3/3 Flying Vigilance, 2 mana and 3 life to regenerate it is not bad. I should be able to gain the life back relatively easily. That being said, if I'm looking at a 3, like if I'm looking in general, 5 mana for a 3/3 Flying Vigilance is kind of bad, and you should be able to do that. You should be able to do at least that just at common in one color. Parrot greater than 2, toughness greater than 2, keyword flying, keyword vigilance, really common. Oh yeah, 3/3 flying fit. Okay, so you're paying 5 mana. So you have Boulderborn Dragon, which is a 3/3 Flying Vigilance that when it attacks prevail 1. Ghostly Sentinel is a 3/3 Flying Vigilance for white plus 4. Riling Dawnbreaker is a 3/4 Flying Vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn, which plus it's got an omen, which tells me this is probably like Sarah Angel should be common now. And then if you're willing to pay 1 more mana, this has got cycling for white, and this has also got first strike and lifelink. If you're looking for a 3/3 Flying Vigilance, 5 mana is about where you should be paying. And you should still get something else on top of it. Not having regeneration. Oh yeah, and at uncommon? Huh. 26 cards. Mana value equal 5. 13 cards. Angel of Light. So 3/3 Flying Vigil. Yeah, wow. Sort by color. You should get if you are only getting a 3/3 Flying Vigilance, there's something wrong. Radiant Archangel, +1/+1 for each other creature with flying on the battlefield. Wow. Rare initially, got downshifted to uncommon in Vintage Masters. And this is a Sarah Angel with Myriad. Just want to point that out. Yeah. Just ping 2 colored mana plus 3 life. Doesn't have to be on stream, but I'd like your help budgeting down a deck if you'd be willing to help lend me a hand with that. Toss it in Discord, and because I've been up for like 14 hours. I know I'm going to have to go to bed soon, but I have Monday off. Shipwreck Singer, 2 mana for 1/2 flyer, which looks especially when you realize they're both colored mana. But blue +1. Target creature and opponent controls attacks its turn if able. No, you're fine. That's why I do the stream, because people also want help with stuff. Forcing creatures. No. Hey, by the way, your Windborn Muse has to attack this turn. What do you mean it has? I'm making it have to attack. I don't want to. It has to attack, otherwise it's the game's going to get held up till you actually attack with that creature. But I wanna. And then you do that a bunch, and then you go black +1 tap, attacking creatures you control attacking creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn. Yeah. Shipwreck Singer, creature, Siren. Yeah, the sirens that brought oh lord. Siren. Ooh, who was it that got through the Odyssey? The Odyssey of Homer. Which would have been Odysseus. Yeah, so that would have been Odysseus. Or sorry, that would have been Odysseus and his crew. Yeah, luring sailors to their death. Oh, this thing is so beautiful. I must go find out what it is. Forcing the ship into dangerous rocks and yeah. I would have no problem playing Shipwreck Singer just for this first ability, because especially since certain players are loath to attack and forcing them to attack, it's like, guess what? I'm gonna make you attack with like at least 3 creatures this turn unless you can find a way to do something about it. Battlewise Hoplite, 2 mana for 2/2 heroic ability, +1 counter on it, and scry 1. That's really, like, again, cast auras on it, get the counters, get the scry going on. Even if you throw like you throw an aura that is like +1/+1 and flying. Now you've got a 4/4 flyer and scries 1 sort of thing. So yeah, if you are at all considering playing with auras and you are in Azorius, you should be taking a good look at Battlewise Hoplite. Chronicler of Heroes, 3 mana for 3/3. When it enters, draw a card if you control a creature with a +1 counter on it. It's not hard to have one or two mana creatures that have +1/+1 counters. Some of them are like 0/0. This enters with a +1 counter on, or 1/1. This enters with a +1/+1 counter on. A few cards like that, and like Star Pupil, for example. 1 mana for 1/1. sorry, 1 mana for 0/0. Enters with a +1 counter on. When it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. You have something like that. It's got a +1 counter on it. And then Chronicler of Heroes. Cool. You're in green. It's not unreasonable to have some kind of Hydra in play. Even just do it for one. Uh, what was the name of it? Stone Coil Serpent. Also a card that's seen a lot of play in years gone by. It's an X-Spell creature. Enters with X+1 counters on it. You could do like X=1 or X=2. X=2 is perfectly fine. It'll be a 2/2 trample with protection for multicolored. It's a 0/0 with 2 counters on it. Cool. You do something like that and you play Chronicler of Heroes and you go, hey, guess what? So you're going to draw your extra card with that. Underworld Kerberos. Yes, I pronounce it Kerberos because, you know, Latin, Greek. There's no soft C in those languages. 5 mana for a 6/6 with Mega Manas. Cards in graveyards can't be the target of spells or abilities. When it dies, exile it, and each player returns all creature cards from their graveyard to their hand. Okay. I mean, you have a 6/6 Mega Menace dog that shuts down graveyards. Also, notice that it's a when it dies ability. A lot of people like playing with cards that like to exile stuff from graveyards. This is even more fun if somebody's got, I don't know, Delphi Voidwalker or something like that. It tries to die, it gets exiled instead. Etc. Paulus Crusher, 4 mana for 4/4 trample protection from enchantments, which not only means it can't have enchantments thrown on it, but also any source that's an enchantment, like an enchantment creature, can't target it, can't block it, can't damage it, etc., etc. And whenever this deals combat damage to a player, if it's monstrous, 6-mana monstrosity 3, destroy target enchantment that player controls. Yeah. It's fine. I think I'm looking at this mostly because it's Cyclops. To be fair, a 4 mana 4/4 trample is still perfectly serviceable. And the fact that I can make it into a 7/7 trample is not bad. Enchantments. This is Commander. Enchantments see a lot more play in Commander than in other formats. Um, you know, your Rhystic Study and similar cards, for example. So it's not unreasonable for somebody to play that. Psychic Intrusion, one, black and blue and +3 for sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from their hand or graveyard and exile it. And then as long as it's exiled, you get to cast it, but you have to pay its mana value. But you can spend mana as though it were mana of any color to do so. So you can rip somebody's Paulus Crusher out of their hand and then pay any 4 mana and go, hey, by the way, now I've got a 4/4 trample. Triad of Fates. I love Triad of Fates. Black plus white +2 for a 3/3 legendary human wizard. This is the whatchamacallit. I mean, this is the Fates. You know, the ones that turn around and say, you know, look into the past, look into the present, look into the future. You know, who have their hands on, you know, the threads of destiny, etc., etc. Pay one, tap, put a fate counter on other target creature. White and tap, flicker a creature. Black plus tap, exile target creature that's got a fate counter on it. But its controller gets to draw two cards, which, depending on the kind of deck that you've got, you might want to do anyway, because if you've got stuff like Shieldred and Underworld Dreams and Fate Unraveler and uh, whatever the crawler is called, Psychosis Crawler, I want to say it's called, and stuff like that. No, it's not Psychosis Crawler. You know the cards I'm talking about. The artifact. It's a 3-mana artifact creature. Set foundations. Uh, Scrolling Crawler. You know, stuff of that nature. You keep putting a bunch of that sort of stuff in, and you don't mind somebody drawing. And it's they draw two cards. It's not they may draw two cards. It's no, they're drawing two cards. And then type artifact. Okay, colorless artifacts. I can get through this quickly. Flame cast wheel. One to cast, 5 tap and sack it, 3 damage target creature. There's better than this now. In fact, I'm pretty sure at this point you can get one that you can blow up to just destroy target creature. And I think they're common. Scrap compactor, 3 damage, 6 tap and sack this artifact, destroy target creature or vehicle. What's the flower pot? No. Oh no, share pot? Bubble flyer share pot. 2 to cast, 5 tap and sack, destroy target non-land permanent, activate only as a sorcery. And there's make a food. And there's other cards that are similar to it, and none of them are showing up. But yeah, there's a few cards of that nature that are around this cost and just kill the creature. Again, why deal 3 damage when something can outgrow 3 damage real fast? Spend 1 more mana, get a food as an enter, and kill any creature. Bronze Sable, 2 mana for a 2/1. That's about what you get for a vanilla creature in, at 2 mana. I don't even know if we have enough Sables. Nope, we have 1. Yeah, Bronze Sable, it's fine. There's better cards in my opinion, even at common. Wow, it doesn't list any. Okay, yeah, there's some. Value, actually. I got out the Forge, which is better for Aziza. Whenever you cast an answer, sorcery, arcane bombardment. Whenever you cast your first sorcery. Okay, and then is that the one I'm thinking of? Okay, more Arcane Bombardment more directly supports what Aziza is trying to do. Uh, because you do cast the copies. I'm not sure there's a right answer, and I'm not sure there's a wrong answer. I think it's not unreasonable. You could put both in. Really common. Mana equal to power equal to. Compass Gnome is better because it actually does something. It lets you search for lands and put them on top. Dune Mover, same thing. It's also got Toxic. This is the one I was thinking of. Eager Construct. When it enters, each player may scry one. Emperor Mouse Sentinel. Search for a basic, put on shuffle and put that land on top. If you control a dragon, put that card on the battlefield tapped instead. If your turn one play happens to be... Oh, you're trying to decide for arena. If you happen to have, like, turn one, some kind of, whatchamacallit, changeling, then turn two, this is a ramp spell. Thinkin' Skulkin. Oh yeah, Friendly Teddy, also really good. When it dies, each player draws a card. Target black creature gains with it, so it's not going to help itself. Exile this from a graveyard for a treasure. This is actually really good because it can pump itself. Whenever you cast multi-kill, this needs to be built around. When this attacks, everyone makes a treasure. Mineworker really wants the combo, but being able to go tap gain a life is still pretty good. Filtering mana is nice. When it leaves the battlefield, which means it could be bounced, it could be exiled, whatever, you may pay 2 to draw a card. That, this is just you that does the card drawing, unlike some of these other cards, like Friendly Teddy. Rune Servitor, again, when it dies, each player draws a card. Same as Friendly Teddy. When it centers, Surveil 1, which is not bad. Scarecrow Guide, 2 mana for a 2-1 with reach. 2-1 reach Spider Bot. When it centers, search for basic land put on top. I would prefer the one that asks if you've got a dragon. This, if you manage to actually hit max speed, this is a 2 mana 3-3. And then Wormhole Sweeper, 2 mana. Enter Surveil 2, Station 4+, it's a 2-2 flyer. Alright, based on what you said, Zero, if you're doing this for... If you're doing this on Arena, I would probably go with, since the wild cards don't matter, i.e., it costs the same whether you're doing one or the other. I would probably go with the Arcane Bombardment because it more leans into what your deck is already trying to do. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think if you feel you want to go with the god instead, there's no because the big things that Perforos has is because he's a god, he's got indestructible, which means it's a lot harder to get rid of him. Whereas the arena can just be, disenchanted or whatever. So that is probably the biggest thing that I see in favor of Perforos. If that's not a thing you really care a lot about, then I would probably go bombardment. But again, there's no wrong answer. He can also turn into a creature to beat down eventually himself. So, uh, Amphitrite Raptor, 4 mana, 2/1 flying first strike. It's not great, but it is serviceable, and flying and first strike is a very good combination. Um, I would like this to be a little stronger. I think a 2/2 flying first strike would not be unreasonable for 4 mana. It's fine. Uh, Again, really good combination. Really needs some kind of stat boost somehow to make it actually worth playing. Witch's Eye? Witch's Eye is weird. 1 to cast, 1 to equip. Equip creature has 1 tap, scribe 1. Eh. If you really need the ability to scry on a regular basis, sure, but I mean, I think there's better ways to do that. In fact, there's lands that let you scry so you can throw the ability in your mana base. Guardians of Melodus, 3 mana for 0/6 defender. Again, if you're like, this is the sort of card that you want to throw into a deck that cares about your creatures having defender, this is going to deal combat damage as a 6, and if you have this in a deck like whatchamacallit, Doran the Siege, not Doran the Siege Tower, Doran Besieged by Time, this is going to end up in combat as a 6/12. Just pointing that out there. Pixis of Pandemonium. The number one reason people play this anywhere is in a format like Modern. There's a deck called Lantern Control, which is based around basically watching the top of each player's deck, more relevantly or more importantly your opponents than yours, and basically milling or excelling or whatever the top card of their library, and basically, making them draw or not draw the cards that you allow. Let them draw the cards that aren't really going to be relevant, and get rid of anything that could actually be a legitimate threat. Pixis of Pandemonium is in that deck. Because it's 1 to tap, and tap to exile the top cards. And then you have another card that says, hey, by the way, everyone plays for their top card revealed. Yeah, it's a very slow, grindy game, but you are in control pretty much from by about turn 3. I would say you start actually gaining control of the game, and sometimes on turn 1. But yeah, in Commander, this is the kind of card where I would want to build a deck that looks like Lantern Control, but is more a matter of giving me um like, okay, cool, we've all exiled land. Or sorry, we've all top card of all our libraries are land. Okay, I'm gonna exile them all. Wait, what? Do stuff like that a few times. And then, alright, let's see what happens now. Get to 7 mana, tap, sacrifice it. Everything comes up, and everybody goes, hey, by the way, thump. I think the number one. I think I would want to try and build this like it would look like Lantern Control, but I'd want to play it more entertainingly than that. Everyone knows what's coming up, and at some point I go, yeah, okay, exile them all. Wait, what? Opaline Unicorn. Play Ornithopter of Paradise before you play this. The one power is not irrelevant. But yeah, um, this is. I much prefer Burnished Heart over this in a, well, heartbeat. It's right here. Wait, did I not? How did I miss that? Fleet Feather Phantos. A quick creature has flying and haste. Again, the sandals of Mercury, as in the god Mercury. Yeah, 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Quick creature has flying and haste. Enjoy. If you are looking on building on a budget and you want something to help replace cards like a Chroma's Memorial is part of the job of a Chroma's Memorial is giving your stuff certain abilities. This is a starting point down that down that direction. Probably the biggest thing it's hardest to replace is the color protections, but that can generally be dealt with via unblockable menace or indestructible, depending on what you're going for. But yeah, Fleet Feather Santos on a budget, it's actually a really good card. And then what we got left? Lando. Oh yes, the 5 temples. If you know what one does, you know what all 5 of them do. This land enters tapped. When it enters scry 1, tap for 1 of 2 colors. Were considered incredibly good before the Surveil lands came out. And the Surveil lands, it's not just when it enters Surveil 1 rather than Scry 1, putting the card in your graveyard is often better than putting it on the bottom of your library. But also had relevant land types so you could actually fetch it out with, Pluto Delta or whatever fetch land you've got. So that's 5 of the 7. Here's 6. Your typical filter land that you've seen a bunch of times before. Tap for colorless. Tap 1 and tap it for mana of any color. The fact that it taps for colorless, some decks really want that. If you're building around something like Eldrazi, for example, the fact that it taps for colorless should not be lost upon you. And then the most expensive card in this set, I believe, Theros. has Nixos, Shrine to Nyx. Tap for colors. Again, really important for some decks. Tap 2 and tap it. Choose a color. Add the amount of mana of that color equal to your devotion to that color. In other words, if you declare green, how many green pips do you have in mana costs of all your permanents? I've got 2 here, I've got 2 here, I've got 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and I've got 2 more here. Okay, so that adds up to 9. So 2 tap, make 9 mana. What? Yeah. Gets insane really fast and can be turned on pretty easily as early as like turn 3 or 4. And one of the lands that fights with Cabal Coffers for power level. Cabal Coffers has to go mono black. This can go into anything. That being said, Tuesday, I should still be streaming. Theros. I think the next one is Born of the Gods. Let me just double check. Actually, I know where I can double check the fastest. You. You. Born of the Gods is next. And of course, you know, we have more temples. Xenagos, oh yes, Corsair Crucifix. Astral Cornucopia, I think maybe? Fate Unraveler. Oh yeah, I think I'm probably going Fate Unraveler. Yeah. Fate Unraveler or Archetype of Imagination? You are Commander 15 and Duskmourn. Commander 18, the list doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a coin toss between the two of them. I think the one that calls to me more for Commander is Archetype of Imagination. That being said, I'm off. See you guys in a couple of days, and I will be doing Born of the Gods then. Alright, good night everybody. Oh yeah, do